of 2 SAIM activity of Saint Germain Foundation. The IAM activity represents the original, permanent, and highest source of the Ascended Master's instruction on the great laws of life, as first offered to the Western world by the Ascended Master Saint Germain, through his accredited messengers, Mr. and Mrs. Guy W. Ballard. In the early 1930s, the Ballards established Saint Germain Foundation and Saint Germain Press Incorporated, which under Saint Germain's guidance, have expanded into worldwide organizations that offer to mankind the true Ascended Master teachings on the Great Cosmic Word, IAM. Saint Germain Foundation strives to keep the IAM, Ascended Master instruction in its pure, unadulterated form, free from any human interpretation, personal monetary gain, or proselytizing, as it is a gift from the great Ascended Masters and cosmic beings to bring illumination and perfection to mankind. Hundreds of IAM temples and sanctuaries exist throughout the world, where the teachings are applied in IAM decree groups. The books of the Saint Germain series are available in many libraries, bookstores, or directly from Saint Germain Press. For further information, please contact Saint Germain Founda. Dedication. His series of dictations is dedicated in deepest eternal love and gratitude to our beloved Ascended Masters, Saint Germain, Jesus, Nada, the Great Divine Director, our beloved Ascended Messenger, beloved Godfather, and Lotus, the Great White Brotherhood, the Brotherhood of the Royal Teton, the Brotherhood of Mount Shasta, the Great Ascended Masters from Venus, the Great Cosmic Beings, the four Great Gods of the Mountains, the Great Angelic Host, the Great Cosmic Light, and those other Ascended Masters whose loving help has been direct and without limit. Tribute 9. Time is approaching when all the humanity of this planet must give recognition to the four gods of the mountains who are entrusted with drawing and controlling the electronic force within the mountain ranges of the earth. The two gods of the mountains who abide in the Western Hemisphere form a mighty focus of the cosmic currents to this part of the landed surface of the earth. One of these is the great cosmic presence, beloved God Tabor, who towers about 8 feet tall and comes from a very ancient race of people. His retreat is in the United States of America. He is the one after whom Mount Tabor in the Holy Land was named. Shortly after the ascension of beloved Jesus, he came to North America to become the guardian of the Rocky Mountain Range. The second god of the mountains in the Western Hemisphere is beloved God MERU, the guardian of the South American Range. He. 7. 8. Tribute. Guards magnificent wonders of wealth, jewels, and beauty in the caves of the Andes and is the giver of certain currents that form the great strength and guarding purity for the three Americas. God MERU stands 7 feet tall and is of the most wonderful proportions. He calls the mountain ranges of South America the treasure chests of centuries past, and like the Himalayan mountains, they guard many wonderful secrets of nature. His retreat is located in the vicinity of Lake Titicaca, Peru, and his messenger is the beloved Lady Master Nada. Beloved Pearl tells us that the God MERU, the God Tabor, and the God Himalaya are beings who, the first time one sees them, seem almost terrifying in their majesty, their beauty, the intensity of their light, and the perfection which they are. Volume 6:321. The great God Himalaya, from whom the Himalayan mountains received their name, holds under his direction the tremendous electronic force focused within the Himalayan range. From there he governs the electronic force which surges throughout India and China. He has much to do with the governing of the air currents. One example is the releasing of his golden snow over the United States of America. He has been the guardian of the Himalayan range since the beginning of this planet. He stands over 7 feet tall and holds under his protection many places of beauty and marvelous treasures in these great mountain peaks. In India there resides the Ascended Master Orion, known by the people as the Old Man of the Hills. He is closely connected with the god Himalaya. Beloved Orion is the guarding presence of the nation of India and the guarding presence of the Himalayan range. He comes under the beloved mighty Elohim, called Orion as well, one of the builders of this system of worlds. There is also the great cosmic hierarchy which governs the galaxy of Orion, composed of uncountable billions of suns and systems of worlds. The god Himalaya, the Ascended Master Orion, and the constellation Orion are part of the same activity, but of varying intensity. In Europe, the beloved god of the Swiss Alps has guarded a very ancient focus of mighty cosmic power for thousands of centuries in the Alps. It is his privilege to be the guardian of certain substance, fire, and power for the stabilization of that portion of the earth around the Swiss Alps. His retreat is located in the Monte Rosa. He tells us, the power which is drawn from the retreat in the Swiss Alps, from mighty Himalaya's retreat in the Himalayan mountains, from the mighty god Tabor's retreat here in your Rockies, and mighty MERU's retreat at Lake Titicaca, means the focusing to a given point of four of the mightiest streams of electronic force to this earth. And that is necessary to hold certain balance in the structure of the earth itself in and around the three Americas. This forms a mighty cross over the Western Hemisphere, and it is no imaginary thing. The mighty electronic currents which flow through the mountains are all purifying in their nature. They are also protective and powerfully energized, of course. Mankind little dreams that there stand in the atmosphere of Earth two great electrodes between which can pass cosmic power and electric force which the mind of man has never comprehended or even imagined. Call to the gods of the mountains to give you the blessings, the power, and the protection of the mountains in whatever you are doing and wherever you move in the rest of the world, and 9. We shall become a cross of electronic force over you, and in and around you, which will give you the feeling of mastery over all energy wherever you move, but you must remember us. May you live within it and be its protection to all that is of freedom and victory of the light for America and to all who seek the light throughout the earth. The voice of the I Am, 72. Mighty God Tabor. O mighty God Tabor of glorious light. Great God of the mountains, whose towering height majestic, commanding, in silence divine, thou dost guard and control by power all thine. Great guardian of treasures and blessings untold, through thee, nature's great heart of love, we behold thine own shining presence is governing all, releasing thy miracles through each heart's call. We love thee and praise thee, beloved Tabor dear. Enfold us and hold us and ever stand near to bless us and raise us unto thy great height, to guard and protect us by thy cosmic might. Illumine and charge us with thy wisdom too, prepare now the way and in glory step through. We long have beheld thee in great cosmic power, we stand at thy side now each blessed shining hour. Expand all God's light now throughout the whole world, until mankind all see light's banner unfurled. Mighty 13. Held high in the heavens, the hope of all here, O glorious God Tabor, make our way all clear. Great God of the Rockies thou dost ever remain, God's keeper of secrets in light's great domain, till marvels unnumbered reveal life's great plan of glorious freedom and victory for man. O being so bright, in thy great heart of flame, we come now to rest and adore God's great name, and all life bestows through God's almighty word, the glorious I Am, through thy voice now is heard in sound so almighty our hearts burst with light, thy arms in full glory clothe us with thy might. Thy voice like the music of heavenly spheres, we hear say, my loved ones, my own blessed dears, come into my heart in the garden of God, you shall live in the light, no more shall you plod. From all limitation I now set you free, of nature's great blessing, hold full custody, know nature's great secrets love, wisdom, and power, be all God's authority, each day, each hour, command all the elements to do God's will, command in full power. Peace, peace now. Be still. Genera the voice of the I. Discourse I. BELOVED GOD January 6, 1950 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 1370 AB, Cassette 60422. Beloved ones of the light, as we enter into the radiation of the Beloved ones of the light, as we enter into the radiation of the evening. Discourse I. BELOVED Beloved ones of the light, as we enter into the radiation of the evening, may I reveal to you more of the inner secrets and powers of the Beloved ones of the light, as we enter into the radiation of the evening, may I reveal to you more of the inner secrets and powers of the great love of the universe. That mighty stream of pure electronic force that plays throughout the system as the great cohesive power holding the physical structure together, and at the same time moving within that structure its sustaining, expanding power of life. As we enter into the radiation of that which we are endeavoring to increase in the United States of America to hold greater protection around that which is constructive. We are drawing through the great permanent rays to the earth the greater intensity of our own love as it plays through the mountain ranges of the Americas. 2. Throughout the planet in the mountain ranges there is the concentration of electronic force that, as it goes through the structure of Earth itself, pours forth through radiation to the powers of nature and to the people that energy which, from an electrical standpoint, you would speak of as high potential. And that is stepped down to whatever intensity the beings of nature require in their building of the magnificent formations within the mountain ranges themselves. Then it is stepped down into that intensity which the plant life can use, and it is also radiated forth into the atmosphere which mankind breathe in and which is, in reality, part of the great fire breath of God. This mighty outpouring of the love from the great beings who direct this system of worlds is of tremendous importance to the individual. If mankind would contemplate some of these more magnificent manifestations of the great outpouring of life from the great central sun, it would be a raising force to the individual who, through the attention, would reach up to this greater power of cosmic Christ love and draw that which is of cosmic intensity into the individual's own life stream to be the illumination and the greater 3. Power of accomplishment that cooperates with the great onward expansion of life's perfection. Now in entering in tonight to the radiation that we are drawing from South America for the accomplishment of certain things to hold balance within the three Americas, we ask each of you to become an open door through conscious recognition and acceptance of that love which we are privileged to pour to the people of Earth. Unless mankind will understand this and consciously accept it, cooperate with it, and allow it to expand in themselves and go forth as the purifying, harmonizing power to change conditions in the physical octave, I tell you, there's no hope otherwise. As each of the great ones has said recently, the planet is taking its initiation in love, and that means that hate must be consumed by that electrical force of the universe, the pure electronic force from the physical sun and the great central sun and from that light substance in our octave of life. Just as you would throw a blanket over a fire to put it out, can this cosmic light substance from the ascended master's octave be consciously drawn and condensed and concentrated and directed into conditions and around them where hate is rampant, and planning an expansion of its own destruction. And I might say to you tonight, this is vitally important in the capital of your nation. While the capital of every country is the focus for intrigue and selfishness and all that sort of thing, yet we are all concerned with the protection in the United States of America of that power of freedom of which she is the guardian. Being the heart of the world, the freedom to love God as the ideal of the nation must be maintained within these borders, and our cosmic Christ love and your demands for its protection are the only activities of life on the planet that can possibly protect it. The destructive force in the rest of the world, as well as here, will not protect your God-given freedom. It will not protect the blessings within your borders of which you are the custodians. The responsibility of guarding the great divine gift which the mighty IAM presence, through the beloved Saint Germain has bestowed upon America from the beginning, the responsibility of that guardianship rests with you. And it rests also within the constructive people within your borders who really at heart want freedom, and there are many besides yourselves. 5. That, so far as we are concerned, represents an expansion of the light within the people themselves, and if you are determined to fire them awake with this great cosmic Christ love for the great God presence of life, then that becomes the guardian presence for the freedom of the nation. We are drawing tonight certain currents of that intensifying love from the retreat at Lake Titicaca, from the retreat of Shambhala under the direction of the mighty Sanat Kumara, and there is also a concentration of it into your capital tonight from the great Lord Maitreya. We would appreciate it deeply if sometime each day, while the present turmoil seems to be expressing, that each of you consider it your patriotic duty to demand such a concentration of the great fire breath of God's invincible love from the central sun go into that city with the cosmic power that will compel mankind to breathe it in, and to a large extent, hold the purification necessary to stem the tide of that which the destructive forces wish to draw forth into outer violence. Hatred is a terrible thing before life. When mankind have gone on so many embodiments determined not to love some other part of God's life, then the reactions must come and make individuals awaken to the law of their own beings. You, as IAM students who have conscious awareness now of the power of this love, are our hope to hold under control certain forces within your borders until they can be completely removed. Things must be kept in leash until the cosmic law sees fit to remove the complete stream of energy that is now the sustaining consciousness and supply of the war beast of the world. The head is in Washington, and the resources of your country are being consciously depleted with the deliberate intent to subject you to the same slaughter as the rest of the world. With your cooperation to our request, in the recognition of the great fire breath of cosmic Christ love from the great central sun to sweep its blazing presence into that city and compel the people to breathe it in, we hope to stem the tide of that which is planned. I am not here without conscious command of the great cosmic law, and the beloved Lady Master Nada, who is my messenger, ever stands ready to pour the power of her love that has served many civilizations throughout the centuries. 7. To bring in the perfection that has blessed life so greatly. We are asking you, as beloved Saint Germain's family, to call consciously and daily. And demand in the name of the mighty I Am presence, the great cosmic law of cosmic Christ love, demand the concentration into the city of Washington of that which compels those in your government to become aware that they can no longer go on with the idea to undermine the nation. There are those strong, loyal souls, within them, who are doing all they know how to do to prevent the destruction intended, and they must have help. And your call for this great fire breath of cosmic Christ love from the great central sun will wrap itself around them as a substance which becomes the strength and courage and power and determination to not yield to the forces that want to destroy again the handiwork that would take mankind to freedom. We must concentrate your attention again and again and again to your own conscious, cosmic call for this great love from the great central sun to spread its flame wherever hatred appears. And that flame must be held in sustained action until it shuts off the further feeling of the hate creation of the world. The TTI. We are very grateful for your decrees tonight. Much was consumed as the flames went forth, and much still needs to be consumed. From the great mountain ranges within this nation there is going forth the blessing and the purifying power of our love everywhere possible to hold protection for all that is constructive. And maybe the great cosmic law will permit certain dispensations for which we have asked to more rapidly intensify within your borders the concentration of the cosmic light substance. Many manifestations of the light, and the great electronic currents of energy passing through the atmosphere of your country, many of these streams of energy are being increased hourly. And we are very grateful for your determined stand to demand America's freedom from that which would seek to rob the people of everything that is of the light. As one of the great ones told you recently, you think the destructive forces have been frightful in the rest of the world, but I tell you, you cannot imagine how vicious would become their hatred to you because of your determined stand for God. Now there are others throughout the world who have stood fearlessly for the 9. Great God presence of, but, my dear one, great God presence of life. They have stood with all they knew how, and their light has been the protection of much upon the earth. But, my dear ones, you have conscious knowledge of the great cosmic word, I Am, The great cosmic authority that, if spoken into the atmosphere of earth, becomes the command to the universal light substance to concentrate into outer manifestation. You hold within your hands the scepter of power by your conscious knowledge of that mighty I Am presence. Will you, for the next few weeks, see the luminous presence, not only over the individuals who are within the city of Washington, but also the luminous presence of the cosmic beings who govern the Americas? See their luminous presence filling and surrounding the city. The mighty Cyclopea guards Canada. The mighty Saint Germain, the goddess of justice, and the Archangel Michael have been the principal guardians within the United States, as is also the beloved Lanto and mighty Victory. And the beloved Nada, the blessed Mary, and others with myself, are the guardians of South America. So far as Mexico is concerned, that comes under our guardianship also. Now there are focuses of tremendous power within South America as well as Central and North America, places where the manifestation of the light has been held for centuries. Every effort is being drawn forth from those retreats, wherever effort is being made, to draw forth from those retreats the streams of electronic force of the love that has been held concentrated there for centuries, and that is all pouring tonight into the city of Washington, D.C. The United States of America, as you have been told before, is the U-cup of light to the world, and the permanent atom is within your city of Chicago. And if this power of love, and I am speaking of that great cosmic Christ love from the great central sun that is the sustaining power of the whole system, if by conscious command, you demand that, in its cosmic action unlimited in its quantity, be concentrated into the capital of your nation. And you demand that all things be held within your borders by that love, all things be held within its consciously drawn flame, you'll find many plans of destructive forces will not succeed. For your encouragement, beloved ones, I want you to know, the inner currents have been reversed some time ago, so far as the destructive forces are concerned, and they are being removed. Discourse as rapidly as possible from the planet. But the outer effects must also be corrected, and the great powers that guard the destiny of the Americas are watching hourly to increase by conscious command this great flame of cosmic Christ love everywhere within and around all that is constructive within your borders. Then as that is anchored and it expands, it goes forth and more rapidly consumes the destructive activities that are seeking to express. We want you to feel that there are legions of ascended master friends who stand your guard because of the service you have the capacity to render. And only the UIAM students do have that capacity because of your conscious knowledge of the IAM presence. It would draw tremendous assistance were you to demand that everyone within your nation, and especially those in your government, be compelled to see that mighty IAM presence above their own heads. If you will make the demand, we will do whatever the cosmic law permits to clear away enough of the obstruction in the atmospheric condition to make them see that presence from time to time, and it would do much, I might say to you, to awaken certain forces within them that would be for the benefit of the nation. There are locations within South America where various ones of the ascended host have ministered from century to century. The same is true of Canada and North America and Central America. There are certain localities where the great cosmic light rays have been anchored through the centuries to sustain a purifying power which this great cosmic Christ love is to the earth, and wherever that has been in the past, I might say to you tonight, it is being intensified as much as the locality can stand. You might wonder why destructive forces or a locality could not stand a sudden intense action of our love, but when you recognize that that is tremendously concentrated electronic force, then it must be released in whatever intensity will not shatter the atomic structure that is not accustomed to it. All of this is a raising of the vibratory action of the energy within the Americas, and as you call forth through these exact words, the great cosmic fire breath of cosmic Christ love from the great central sun, and charge that throughout the atmosphere of the nation, you will find it a very purifying activity. And I feel sure you will all feel a sense of relief in the pressure of the conditions in the throat. That 13. It is a constant, ceaseless, is but a concentration of more impurity due to the war and certain forces over the nation that are trying again to increase the psychic substance. You, through your decrees, can decrease it. It is a constant, ceaseless surging of energy everywhere in the atmosphere of Earth, and those of you who know this law, by conscious command can call forth from tonight the great fire breath of cosmic Christ love and spread its blazing violet flame over your nation and especially within your capital until it becomes an atmospheric pressure so great that destructive forces will find a barrier to the accomplishment of much of their evil. You, my dear ones, have much more power than you dream through your decrees and your willingness to give obedience to the cosmic law's requirements in order to command the God authority of life of that mighty I am presence to move into mankind's outer activities and take command where destructive forces hitherto have seemed to rule. It might surprise you to know that a great many of the destructive forces within your borders have recently begun to fear greatly, because their own creation is about to return upon them, and their own life knows that the sooner it can come, the better it will be. 14. The beloved ones, enter into the demand for that great fire breath of cosmic Christ love to enter into yourselves as well as into your city. You have no idea what a sense of buoyancy that will give through your physical bodies. As you demand this and give conscious recognition to it by your daily attention, it will naturally come into more concentrated action in and around yourselves. While it is an activity of the violet consuming flame, it also is like a vapor. It is like a substance as well, and when you feel yourselves breathing that in, notice, if you will, its immediate, raising, exhilarating effect within the body. Whenever you're tired, for a few moments just stop, and taking a few deep breaths, demand that the great fire breath of cosmic Christ love now comes into your body, and there expands its great outpouring of cosmic power in its purifying radiation in and around the physical form. And see for yourselves what a lifting, wonderful, exhilarating feeling will come with it. The fire element, my dear ones, is the life-giving and life-sustaining activity of the great central sun to this whole system of worlds. Discourse 3. 15. That is the atmosphere of a planet. It is also the atmosphere of the individual, but if you give it conscious recognition, you can increase its power within and around yourselves almost without any limit. When you begin to realize that the very air you breathe is charged with that pure electronic force from the great central sun that is the radiation of the love from the life that is there, that mighty I Am presence, then as you consciously are aware that you breathe in the great fire breath, the universal fire breath of that great love to this system of worlds, my dear ones, you will begin to have the proof within yourselves of its marvelous purifying, energizing, illumining, and protecting presence in your own atomic structure. Do you not feel the difference in the room as the radiation has come forth? You have forgotten your throats for the moment, haven't you? Well, it was the fire breath of my love that you were breathing in, and so that which had been disturbing had to recede. But you can just as well as not fill yourselves consciously with it at any time. So I am giving you a secret that, we might say, has a very close relationship to the way and means by the T, which eternal youth and beauty can be brought into the atomic structure. It is but a matter of applying this law with no longer an acceptance of that which seeks to cause disturbance. You know, when there's a volcano burst and all that dust goes into the atmosphere of Earth, mankind become panic-stricken with fear. When our love comes forth by conscious command drawn from the great central sun or the individual retreats where its greater intensity is located, when we consciously draw that forth and send it into a city or a nation or into a group of individuals, it has just the opposite effect of the volcano. One spreads its devastating substance. We, by the same outpouring of energy, but qualified with our love, spread the life-giving power of the great fire breath of our love. And that, coming forth from the great central sun by conscious command, can be drawn by the individual both within the body and into the atmosphere in which you move. Then you carry your own atmosphere with you, and wherever you go, others will feel the life-giving essence around you. They will feel your courage. They will feel your power to accomplish. They will feel, through your discourse, through radiation, the acceptance of the presence and the possibility of attaining the ascension. This is actual substance on which is carried your feeling that you have accepted concerning the presence, and on which is carried our outpouring and conviction to you. Then your radiation carries the conviction to others through your mental and feeling world. The great activity of the great fire breath of that great central sun's love is the most wonderful, life-giving essence, and it is an atmosphere in which you could be sustained, independent of that which the rest of mankind have to have in the physical octave. This great fire breath of which I speak, of cosmic Christ love from the central sun, contains within itself all your outer selves would ever need to sustain the atomic structure in absolute perfection and hold about you a sphere of its own essence, its energy, and its supply ever sustained. Ever-expanding, self-sustained activity that becomes eternal life for those who move within it. This is how you may live in the world but not of it. You may move in a sphere of this fire breath of cosmic Christ love, and no harm could come to you. 18. The TTIAM Discourses. So tonight, would you accept a business proposition? May I put it that way? Thank you, precious ones. While you're standing for just a moment, will you see the violet flame passing from the feet through the body and around you for some distance? And then as you breathe in this great fire breath of cosmic Christ love, will you see pass off from the top of the head, just like a vapor, all the substance within the body that has been distressing you? For just a moment feel that you are breathing in the great fire breath of cosmic Christ love that releases into the violet consuming flame everything that has been of your recent distress. Thank you so much. Won't you be seated, please? If you will give me that substance, I will give you my substance, and that should be an even trade. You know, life has so many wonderful things within it. Life is so wonderful, and mankind know so very little about it, and yet they could know all. So we come from time to those whose attention makes them receptive to that which we can give as rapidly as they can use it. You know, the cosmic law, as the mighty Saint Germain told you, is not. Discourse 3. 19. Stingy, but it does not permit an unnecessary use of itself. And I might say to you, when you have accepted substance within the body or within your country that is discordantly qualified, may I say, that is an unnecessary use of energy. Anything that sustains limitations is an unnecessary use of energy, and we are trying to keep your attention upon the necessity of cosmic Christ love. You have not always considered it so. You have thought it was a religious ideal. Oh yes, it was true, but you shelved it most of the time, and you only remembered to call forth its power when your own distress became so great you couldn't stand yourselves. But now that you are awake from the nightmare of the human senses, may we ask you to enter in with us to the conscious command that this great fire breath of cosmic Christ love now becomes the atmosphere of your city, the atmosphere of your nation, the atmosphere in and about yourselves. And if you will visualize it always as violet, like you would see a violet fog, within which plays the flame, you can draw that into yourselves, and then command it to be the release within you of whatever intensity of that cosmic Christ love. 20. The TTIAM discourses is necessary to compel purity and balance and health and strength and all the perfection you could desire. You have accepted that you cannot live in the physical form if it doesn't have air to breathe. I say to you, you cannot live and go forward into the activities of perfection unless you have the great fire breath of cosmic Christ love to breathe into your inner bodies. And that must become the atmosphere of your world. Then, regardless of what you require, you at all times, through that power of the sacred fire, have an open doorway, a clear pathway into our octave and into the heights of creation, for through that love you may go anywhere in the universe, behold what you will. And with your attention and love upon it, will life give it to use in the physical world. Life will not withhold from any constructive thing that you really desire to use in the physical octave, but be sure you call forth with it its eternal, invincible protection and the full illumination necessary to use it in the fulfillment of the great divine plan that affects the whole world. Then you are free to draw what you will, my dear ones. Beauty and perfection. Discourse 3. 21. And abundance of every good thing is yours at any time through the command of that great cosmic Christ love and the acceptance of its great authority of the sacred fire. People do not realize that the sacred fire is real. To a majority of people, you say, the sacred fire, and it's indefinite, hazy, something. They think it might have some relationship to the flame, but they're not sure, in fact, they're quite uncertain. And the average person, when you speak of the sacred fire, says, well, what's that mean? I don't understand it. And yet that very sacred fire, the unfed flame in your own heart, is giving you the energy by which you live, and then tell me you don't know anything about it when you're at you certainly know yourself. But tonight I want you to become aware and use, by conscious command, the love, the cosmic Christ love through the great fire breath of creation, because that is the great inbreathing of the cosmic activities of the sacred fire that produce what you will in the physical octave. That great fire element interpenetrates all the other elements, and it is the very life essence within everything. 22. The TTIAM discourses. Therefore, within yourselves you may have as much or as little as you consciously accept and call into outer action, because you are surrounded by it everywhere. You may turn your attention to the heights of creation, and by conscious recognition, as that energy comes back to you on the love you have sent forth through that great cosmic Christ presence, the mighty I Am, in the great central sun, as your love goes to that, it is like a river of flame. And on the return current does there come back to you this great fire breath that is the life pulsation of the beings of the great central sun. You were there once. Your life has always been, is now, and always will be, and therefore you might just as well have all the blessings that are in the heart of creation to draw into your outer use in whatever proportion you require them. As to go on in this outer world's acceptance that you haven't this and you haven't that and you haven't something else. Tonight, because of the need for your nation, if you will make this call that the atmosphere over America blaze the great fire breath of cosmic Christ love until it makes the very atmosphere alive with its flame, and the people. Discourse 3. 23. Are compelled to see it, and they'll be inquiring about other things than discs of light. If they were to see the atmosphere itself become like a flame, almost like a fog of fire, it would at least set them to thinking about something beside themselves. And in that moment they will learn much. So as we move forward, you have the knowledge, we have given you conscious explanation of these more magnificent activities of life's great energy. Therefore, live now in the atmosphere of your own call for that cosmic Christ love, and demand that its great fire breath come into you and renew the outer self, give you the exhilaration of its great cosmic presence, and pour forth through you that which maintains your world in beauty and perfection and boundless, wonderful, perfect activity. Then draw it forth into your nation to render the same service, and call that forth until the city of Washington itself becomes as a blazing sun with that fire, and let us see what we can do to prevent hate again having its own way. If you will help the beloved Nada and myself to concentrate this through the student body by conscious command into your nation's capital. 24. The TTIAM Discourses. We will do our utmost. And then leave it, the results in the hands of the cosmic law. But we will do our best, and I am sure you will, for the protection of your nation against that which is not love. So from tonight, may this flame cover the country, and may it concentrate in the big cities where so many people are gathered together, and move into outer action the consuming power that annihilates the hate that would try again to cause more suffering. Just as hatred hurts, so does our love heal and soothe and encourage and protect and supply that which is constructive. Wherever it goes, it blesses all with that great gift which only that cosmic Christ love can give. May its great fire breath surge in and around each of you and arouse you to the most wonderful acceptance of its mighty presence and take you forward victorious everywhere. The legions of the sacred fire are awaiting your call. Let us dissolve all the hate possible by that great fire breath of cosmic Christ love, and as it spreads its healing radiance over the people, may it forever bring illumination to their minds, and they accept its reality and give the cooperation by which they become free. It is. Discourse 3. 25. A powerful assistance to the guarding of the freedom of your nation, and the activities of the sacred fire are the cosmic authority that bring freedom everywhere. May you enter in tonight to the fullness of their conscious use by conscious command, and see for yourselves the change in yourselves, in your affairs, in your atmosphere, in your business, and then in your nation. So we are awaiting your call, and with all the love at our command, with all that life can give and that brings blessings to you all, we stand ready to reveal in every possible way that great outpouring which, we trust, will cover your nation and stand the guard against all that would rob you of freedom. May the great fire breath of that cosmic Christ love from the great central sun shed its radiance around you and become the luminous substance in which you move and let you know all the happiness that is within its blazing presence. Feel it as a mantle about you. See it become the atmosphere around you. Visualize it everywhere, and demand the great fire breath of cosmic Christ love spreads over the nation that which withdraws hate and all that would seek. 26. The TTIAM Discourses. To confuse the people when they need to be alert and hold the guard for themselves and those they love. This night may the love of the ascended host prove itself to each of you as you make this call, and the ease and the protection and the victorious presence of that great fire breath give you peace that is indescribable, but that is yours for eternity. And its illumining presence ever reveals to you its greater glories, its greater joy, its greater freedom, and its full cosmic authority and power to command and to compel perfection into action by that love that is always invincibly supreme. Thank you, precious ones. And in the fullness of all that I know that to mean, may you become aware of its victorious presence everywhere about you, and then you give the encouragement to others, that brings them victory also. Thank you with all our love. Discourse 42. BELOVED GOD HIMALAYA December 20, 1950 Santa Fe, New Mexico Cassette 65027. Beloved ones of my heart, it is with great joy that we draw into outer action again over your nation that substance that comes under our direction, to help produce the balance that is necessary in your nation to help stand against that which wishes to destroy you. And as the great powers are drawn forth into outer action by your conscious call, know always that all who guard the destiny of any nation are always one with that which is the divine plan for your nation. Tonight I'm going to make a statement which has never been made in explanation of the retreats throughout the world. In the retreats throughout the world are held the divine plans, records, and power to fulfill in outer manifestation that which is the destiny of the 27. 28. World. And those retreats, under the direction of the ascended host, are really like the higher mental body of the world, for there is only that which is constructive there. And the power that has been anchored in each retreat throughout the centuries has been made permanent for the fulfillment of the divine plan. During the centuries past when discord accumulated in a certain place in the world, then the power in the retreats nearest to that was increased and drawn into the outer to help offset that. Now since the destiny of America must be fulfilled as the cup of light to the earth, and since America is the heart of the world representing the same as the heart to the physical body, then the power from every ascended master retreat throughout the world is focusing now to help protect your nation, and give the people the strength of the light to stand against that which would become a world conflagration. If it were not for the powers of the great cosmic beings who must change certain currents in the earth and begin the shattering of that which would destroy all if it is not removed. Therefore, when we draw forth the substance and the electronic force from the great mountain ranges of the world, it is because that greater. Discourse 3. 29. Purity is needed in the outer life to be a pressure that stands as a repelling force against that which is destructive. You see, the mountain ranges of the world are really like great batteries, a great reservoir of absolutely pure electronic force drawn and held in reserve, so that we may direct it at any time through those channels to do for mankind and do through the powers of nature whatever is necessary to hold the balance against the destructive accumulation in the atmosphere of Earth which otherwise would shatter the structure of Earth itself, to offset the balance that is its natural movement in its own orbit. Now within the mountain ranges of the world are many of the most magnificent creations of the Lord the Mahachohan and the powers of nature. Many wonderful things have been created and held protected within the mountain ranges of the world for a certain service which will be rendered in the incoming golden age. Some of the beauties and magnificent gifts of nature are being created and protected and prepared to bless the world with their power, their radiation, and their beauty and assistance to mankind when the cosmic law is ready to reveal them, or hand them into mankind's outer use. 30. The TTIAM Discourses. So whenever it is necessary to draw upon the mountain ranges of the world for certain electronic currents of energy, you will find an immediate response in your emotional body to the strength and power from the great central sun that is anchored within the mountain ranges of the world. There we draw streams of energy to govern whole continents through the radiation of that electronic force in the mountain ranges. So there is a very great reason why the people receive health and strength and happiness within the mountain ranges of the world. They are the custodians, so to speak, of the great gifts of nature that are created there, not just for mankind's use or amusement, but for the use of the great beings who govern the whole motion of the planet and sustain life in its balanced activity here to go forward and fulfill the divine plan. Mankind feels justified in tearing great mountains to pieces to satisfy their greed and their peculiar ideas of supply, when if they would live close enough in their love and gratitude and adoration to the beloved mighty I Am presence of each life stream to keep the door open to us, the natural powers that are to bring supply to mankind in the outer world to fulfill. Discourse 3. 31. The divine plan would act through them as naturally as breathing, and without the frightful struggle and discord and destructive way and means that mankind has devised to extract that substance from the mountains that is used in outer commercial activity. While mankind's energy must be kept used up in certain action of the outer, yet, precious ones, when you realize to what the mass of mankind, in their so-called work of the outer world, give their time, their energy, and their attention for no reason at all that lifts them to the ascension, not one atom of what they do raises them to the ascension. On the contrary, so much of their physical action in the outer world and the use of life's energy, but builds more and more and more limitation through the centuries that accumulates as a pressure against the powers of nature, until such time as the force within arises and shatters the pressure without. NOW then, YOUWHO have CONSCIOUS understanding of this in the use of the great light substance which we pour over the nation. You may have an individualized stream of that substance as a balancing force within you, just as well as we can spread it over the nation to hold. 32. The TTIAM Discourses. Certain balance or pressure in the atmosphere, so the destructive forces cannot accomplish all they intend. We only allow enough of their own destruction to recoil upon them in order to teach the lesson which they will not learn harmoniously. Therefore, if we allow certain destructive reactions to be faced by mankind, it is because they have refused to learn the law the harmonious way or they have refused to give obedience to the demands of that law. But now you enter into a cycle wherein the cosmic law takes possession of the atmosphere of Earth and becomes the authority of what is to act here. So those of you who know this law, those of you who have given obedience in your outer activities to come this far in the light, are very welcome to help use these greater powers and bring this substance which brings balance and greater purity wherever you consciously direct it in the physical world. Therefore, precious ones, if you understand what the cosmic laws demand is concerning the use of the powers in the mountain ranges of the world, you may render tremendous assistance to the beings of nature, and you may also draw into your own world some very delightful blessings. Discourse 3. 33. As you call forth the cosmic laws, great powers of the mountain ranges of the world. In your acknowledgement of the cosmic laws, miracle action of the powers of nature through the great mountain ranges of the world, then everything that is beautiful and harmonious in those channels can begin to come closer and closer to you by your own heart's love. And by the natural law of attraction, that draws into your outer use that which expands the blessing already created and fulfills the great divine plan in outer action. There are many powers of nature focused and acting within the mountain ranges of the world, therefore if you want them to bless you, then send your love to them and issue your command. You call to your beloved I Am presence first, and then to the great beings who direct the powers of the great silence. You may demand and acknowledge that I Am the cosmic laws miracle release of the powers of nature and the forces of light within the mountain ranges of the world into my outer use and direction for the greater blessing of love and perfection to life. Now when you realize, life is in the mountain ranges of the world, life is in the heart of the great silence, life is in the great powers of 34. The TTIAM Discourses. Nature, then if you begin your acknowledgement of your complete oneness with that life will give you all it has to help you fulfill the divine plan. So when you say, I Am the cosmic laws miracle action of the life in the great silence, and that life in its glorious cosmic blessings and perfection without limit manifests through all the life that I contact and releases its powers to fulfill the divine plan. Then you become the crystal cup those powers pour into you, and as you use them to give greater blessing and perfection to life, more will come from moment to moment, hour to hour, and day by day. When you want to feel your oneness with the powers of nature in order to unite with them your love to help control them harmoniously and to prevent destruction, then when you say, I Am the cosmic laws immortal, miracle action and oneness with the perfection in the powers of nature. And that life, I Am, to the blessing of all, again through your love and acknowledgement of the action of life in the powers of nature will you feel all the activities that will bless you coming forth as the gifts and action of the beings who direct that energy. Discourse 3. 35. And that would include everything from the Maha Chohan down to the beings of the elements. Now supposing you want to feel yourselves at one with the great beings who are in the heart of the great silence who are there planning the greater perfection of the incoming golden age. When you say, I Am the cosmic laws immortal, miracle action of my oneness with the great silence and the great beings there who govern my destiny, then I Am the open door of all their blessings to the world about me. And I demand their fulfillment of the great divine plan through me, then, precious ones, at all times the outer self becomes the open door for the greater beings in the universe to pour all the blessings that you can receive from time to time. And if you will keep the door open, you will find the blessings will never run out because the great law of life is to forever expand through each of you all the greater perfection that is in the octaves above you. Now these are very powerful activities and use of the great law of your own life, and if you want to know what is in the fire temples in the electronic belt around the physical sun or the healing temples or the music temples, then 36. The TTIAM Discourses. Acknowledge your life's oneness with that life, for that life is in the universe. It is real, it is eternal, it is all perfect, and it is one with you, but it takes your acknowledgement and call to open the door from your octave of life to let its blessings flow into you and fill the world about you. So if in any particular case you desire the power or the powers that are concentrated and acting through the great, magnificent temples of the fire element in the electronic belt around the physical sun, then acknowledge your oneness with that. Open the door from your side of life, and you will find all they contain will surge forward into and through you and into your affairs to release that greater perfection that is ever surging to give more of itself into outer manifestation. Therefore, for instance, we'll take the Jade Temple of which the great angel Deva of the Jade Temple is one of the magnificent beings who direct its magnificent beauty and power into the physical world. Were you to say, I Am the cosmic laws miracle action of the sacred fire from the Jade Temple, and I Am immortally one with its fire and substance and blessings of Discourse 3. 37. Perfection there, and I draw that into outer use to fulfill the divine plan the Ascended Master's way, then no matter what you desire to do, if you reach to the heights of the source of your constructive desires, acknowledge your oneness with that greater perfection of life. And then ask that it be poured forth through you to flood into outer manifestation the fulfillment of the divine plan under the Ascended Master's direction, then every desire of your heart that is constructive can be joyously fulfilled. Then you begin to understand what freedom is in the use of these greater powers of life throughout creation, which you may contact and draw into your outer use through your own conscious command and acknowledgement of your oneness with that which you seek to understand. People know very, very little about the mighty being Helios and the great cosmic beings who govern the activity of the physical sun to the earth, but they could know a lot more if they wanted to. When you really want to know and feel that magnificent power from the physical sun, which is all life and health and strength to you all, precious ones, when you say, I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with the physical. 38. The TTIAM Discourses. Sun, and I am, its victorious flame in outer physical action producing perfection forever, you would draw the healing rays from the physical sun. You would draw the attention of the cosmic beings who direct the activities of the physical sun to the earth, and you could live just as close in the heart of their love as you desire. But it takes your acknowledgement of your oneness with that which you desire. When you say, I am the cosmic law's oneness with the life in the physical sun, I give it my love, and love gives me all that is there. TAM the cosmic law's miracle action of my oneness with the life in the great great silence, and its manifestations are mine in outer action. Then when you acknowledge your oneness with the mighty I am presence and higher mental body of every life stream for the freedom and purification of your nation, then that same acknowledgement draws forth cosmic powers to help the nation more quickly. When you want to help your nation, any nation from whence you come, when you acknowledge, I am the cosmic law's immortal oneness with the mighty I am presence of this nation, commanding the fiery purity of the great central sun to flood the nation and fulfill the great. Discourse 3. 39. Divine plan, then that same mighty purity acts in you and through you and around you, and as the Queen of Light pointed your attention to so many things, any one of which, if constantly acknowledged, would just open the floodgates and bring marvels and manifestations that you couldn't possibly imagine tonight. NOW supposing you want miracles and manifestations. Acknowledge your oneness with them, I am the cosmic law's oneness with the miracle life in the great great silence. The miracle beauty of the great great silence. The miracle healing flame of the great great silence. The miracle powers of happiness and freedom from the great great silence. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with the victory and its glorious flame of the great great silent, and my world is the miracle world of the great great silence. My body is the miracle fire temple of the great great silence. My loved ones are held in the miracle oneness of immortal purity and love from the great great silence, and the mantle of its flame purifies and heals them forever. Why, dear hearts, speak these commands with all the love and power at your command. 40. The TTIAM Discourses. And when you want perfection, acknowledge your oneness with it, supposing you want to hear the magnificent music that is in the heart of the great central sun. When you say, I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with the great music in the heart of the great central sun, and I draw its healing flame into all my outer activities until it sounds everywhere its happiness to life. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with all the happiness at the heart of creation. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with the powers that produce manifestation that is eternal in its love and blessing for all in this world. And now let us enter into the treasure house of God's heart and acknowledge your oneness with that. When you say, I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with all the wealth of creation, all the supply of the great great silence, all the supply that love can give from the great central sun magnet. I am the miracle oneness with its magnetic power that blesses all substance with my love forever. Why, dear hearts, if you charge forth your love to the outer world, love will have to answer you. And if you pour it out, the next wave is greater. And surely. Discourse 3. 41. The love of creation is enough for anyone, and it is the thing the world needs most this hour. Now then, suppose you want the manifestations of light, I am the cosmic law's oneness with the cosmic light of creation that intensifies its light in and around this outer self until its perfection blesses all forever. Now when we spread the golden snow, that golden light substance, over your nation to help bring a balancing activity, we must know our oneness with the law of balance, don't you see, which is the blessed goddess of justice, a mighty action of her flame to the earth. Therefore, if you want divine justice in the outer, give this acknowledgement: I am the cosmic law's oneness with the immortal, divine justice from the great, great silence, and by that silence is that justice and balance maintained here. By the love of the great central sun magnet is divine justice ruling here. This is almost limitless, precious ones, in your magnificent acceptance of this action of the cosmic law, for when you acknowledge your oneness with it, you are accepting the divine perfection you want. But you must know your oneness with that God perfection, and acknowledging it in outer conscious command, you cause it to act in the 42. The TTIAM Discourses. Physical octave as manifestation. Through your attention you've been acknowledging the discord of the outer world and said that you had it. So now in your acknowledgement of your oneness with the life of perfection in the great central sun will you find these powers coming into outer action to balance your affairs and to flood the light in which the shadows can never exist. I am the cosmic law's oneness with the eternal light, and perfection's flame manifests instantly by my love the fulfillment of my every call and the manifestation of the divine plan fulfilled for all. I am the cosmic law's oneness with the healing flame from the great, great silence that goes forth at my command and blesses with immortal purity all to whom I direct it. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with the eternal love at the heart of creation, and that love is my temple of eternal existence. I am the cosmic law's oneness with those powers of the sacred fire and the cosmic light that created the world and now purify and redeem it. I am the cosmic law's oneness with every Savior that has come forth to manifest the Christ to life. I am the cosmic laws. Discourse 3. 43. Immortal oneness with the fiery purity of the great, great silence, and I am become the victory of my every call. I am the cosmic law's oneness with all the life and power of perfection in every ascended master retreat throughout the world, and I am its action in the physical octave wherever I move to compel perfection. I am the cosmic law's oneness with all the powers of my life stream which I had in the great central sun before the world was, and now those powers are mine in outer action to produce perfection that frees all quickly. I am the cosmic law's oneness with that great directing intelligence of the miracle, I am presence, in the great central sun, and that intelligence governs all in my world. I am the cosmic law's oneness with the immortal guard of the sacred fire, and here in the physical world does it become a part of the structure of earth. Draw this into outer action in your nation and everywhere you know mankind need assistance, and I tell you, nothing will be denied you. Nothing will limit you. Nothing will discourage you, and nothing can touch you but the oneness of the life you acknowledge. 44. The TTIAM Discourses. Thank you, precious ones, with all my heart's love. Now for just a moment as you are standing, try to acknowledge within your feeling world, I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with all I want to know about the great, great silence, all I want to know about the cosmic light, all I want to know about the ascension. And that which you require will flood to you in a joy that is yours forever. Therefore, as the world needs the great motor of joy to bring this cosmic light into outer action more quickly and release the powers of the sacred fire into outer control of conditions in your nation and the world, set these activities into outer motion by your command. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with those powers of the sacred fire that purify and set all free wherever I am. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with the cosmic light of eternity, whose blazing presence forever enfolds all that is constructive and forbids anything else in existence. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with the authority from the heart of the great, great silence that now is the only authority, now is the only law, now is the only manifestation in the physical world for the freedom of the nation and. Discourse 3. 45. The purification of the earth. And there shall you know the power that owns and rules all. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with those manifestations that must come into the outer to forever protect and hold command. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with that invincible, fiery protection from the great silence that enfolds all that is constructive, and naught else can exist. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with the fulfillment of the divine plan in the physical octave that must hold everything obedient to God. I am the cosmic law's miracle oneness with the God of creation, the mighty I am, in the great central sun, and that oneness is everywhere master through me for eternity. Unto its presence do I commend you. Unto its heart do I claim you. Unto its bounty do I flood you with every good thing, and unto its blazing presence may I be privileged to help raise you to your immortal victory, and as love takes you over from the human to the divine. Will you know that you are entering into the eternal light of that one mighty life of love whose perfection is immortal and whose authority is everywhere in command? 46. The TTIAM Discourses. May the fullness of its illumination and blazing glory reveal itself to you, make you its victorious presence, give you the fullness of its freedom, and take you forward to hold balance and perfection in the outer world until all have turned to the light and the light has become the heart of the world for eternity, and the world itself becomes the flame of that which forever expands life's perfection. Won't you be seated, please, and good night. Discourse 362. BELOVED January 18, 1951 Santa Fe, New Mexico Record RU-107, Cassette 60473. Beloved ones of the heart of the world, we greet you tonight in that love that seeks always to protect that which moves forward in the fulfillment of the great divine plan. And since the great cosmic law has seen fit to place upon the earth the great cross of currents of that magnetic power from the great central sun, that ever expands its flame until it holds purity and balance everywhere, we are all privileged to assist in that great cosmic action of the fiery element to the earth, which becomes the permanent control of all in this world and the future. Long have we poured forth these powers of the cosmic fire in, through, and around the mountain ranges of the world. And that is, in the activity of the great cosmic law, the focusing of 47. 48. The master power and that authority of creation, which through the fire element compels the divine plan eventually fulfilled. Now under this cosmic fire to which your attention has been drawn through these weeks past, must there come your close feeling of abiding within it. We ask you to feel that you are living in a world of cosmic fire, and regardless of the temporary appearance of physical affairs, yet the power of that great cosmic fire ever commands and holds control of the powers of nature. Through the powers of nature and their activities to mankind, these great activities of the cosmic fire can flow in ever-intensifying, victorious action, and you will yet find the powers of nature assisting you greatly to the fulfillment of your calls. Long has each one of the gods of the mountains poured the fire of their love and their cosmic purifying activity through the powers of nature to mankind. And now, since there is a group of mankind, as yourselves, consciously holding your attention upon your I am presence, and upon us and the activities of the cosmic fire, it enables us to draw forth in and around each of you a pillar of the same. Discourse 3. 49. Cosmic fire which we draw forth to the nations of the world. So you be ECOME, as it were, a walking pillar of flame through which we pour forth ever-expanding power from our octave to correct conditions in the outer world. Until the cosmic law sees fit to envelop the earth in those activities of the cosmic fire that compel the eternal purification of all in this world. In the service which we render to mankind, we are constantly drawing the greater life from the physical sun and the great central sun, and its greater magnetic power of the cosmic fire, in and through ourselves and into the activities of the mountain ranges of the world. Each mountain range becomes, as it were, the backbone of the continent, and through that flows the life force from the physical sun and the great central sun that is the action of the planet itself. Therefore, anyone who steps within the radiation of that flowing energy can have as much as you desire in and around yourselves to do for you individually what we do for the continent or for the nation en masse. It only takes mankind's attention upon us to connect with our life stream's ever-increasing outpouring of the cosmic fire, for all activities. 50. The TTIAM Discourses of life which produce perfection are the action, projection, and expansion of some activity of the cosmic fire. So the more you hold your attention upon that and demand its presence in your own outer activities, the more we can reach you and intensify through you the assistance to the nation. Now since it is my privilege to guard Europe and that portion of the earth's surface which must be compelled into perfection, then I, too, am quite as interested in the purification and protection of your nation as I am that portion of the earth to which I have devoted my attention for centuries past. And as the mighty Himalaya in his authority has spread forth his power of the cosmic fire over your America to help bring the balancing powers from the Western world and the Orient into balanced action, so do we pour forth across the seas to India and throughout your America those powers of the sacred fire that are focused within the Alps. Your beloved god Tabor and the god Meru pour forth those same great rivers of flame through North and South America, and we pour from east to west the powers of the fire focused. Discourse 3. 51. In our location. This forms a cross upon the structure of the earth of the cosmic fire whose interblending action sets up a current that ever flows in a circle, and as it reaches out, it purifies and balances everywhere it flows. NOWLONG have the powers of nature concentrated the purifying power of the cosmic fire into the mountain ranges of the world, and through radiation that has gone forth to keep consumed a certain amount of mankind's discord. But from now on, with your conscious calls in the use of the cosmic fire, a much greater intensification of that can come forth into outer action to affect the nations of the world, and, automatically, that affects your own individual activities with ever-purifying, blessing action. You see, the most wonderful purity, beloved ones, is maintained in the mountain ranges of the world, due, of course, to your snows and the rains, which are, after all, liquefied energy. The snows and that everlasting purity hold the substance undisturbed in those locations while the radiation goes forth to touch the mental and feeling world of mankind with greater purifying power. Now as you enter into the feeling of being. 52. The TTIAM discourses. Completely one with us, as you recognize the heart flame of our love, you may draw forth into your own individual activities powers that you scarcely realize exist even now, with all the knowledge you have been given. And yet, the magnificent powers that are held guarded in their eternal purity within the mountain ranges of the world, those powers, as the permanent golden age takes its dominion on the earth, will come into the outer use of mankind. And it is perfectly natural that they should come into your use ahead of the rest of mankind. So your attention to us through conscious recognition and feeling that your life is one with our life because we have poured forth our purity through the mountain ranges of the world, that has come forth to bless and awaken you. Therefore, as you give us your attention and you feel at one with our life, well, then more of our cosmic powers can come forth to bless you, individually, in your outer action, as well as for your nation. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now in order to see OME closer into our powerhouse of the cosmic fire, if I were you. Discourse 3. 53. I would give recognition in this way. I am one with the fiery hearts of the gods of the mountains, and my life ever draws forth their boundless blessings into my outer use for the freedom of all mankind. You see, there are many, many substances and wonderful condensations of power and beauty and perfection within the mountain ranges of the world that mankind have never beheld and will not be permitted to behold until the entire structure of earth is purified and the discord of mankind removed. Therefore, when you accept, and through your attention, acknowledge that your life is one with the fiery hearts of the gods of the mountains, then the fire of our life can begin to flow back and bring into your outer use many of the blessings in the mountain ranges of the world that mankind have never yet used in the outer. After all, dear hearts, when you want to connect with any part of life and draw forth its greater blessing into your outer use, you must connect with that through the fire element, and you must connect through the love in that fire. So our fiery hearts, I might say, contain those wonderful powers of life which have been. 54. The TTIAM discourses. Our gift and our responsibility to focus, to concentrate, and to guard within the mountain ranges of the world. There is such beauty, my dear ones, in some of those activities, and that beauty is a focus of power. Therefore, since power is one of our main services to the earth, the electronic and magnetic powers of the fire element that are held guarded within the mountain ranges of the world can be brought into your outer use now by your feeling at one with our life. And through the fire of our heart's love, as you feel yourselves at one with us, then call forth the perfection which we want to bring into outer action into your outer use. You see, life places these marvelous blessings within the mountain ranges of the world to bring into outer action someday, into outer use, these more magnificent blessings that produce greater beauty and perfection and give life a greater opportunity to expand its wonderful love. And may I say, those of you who have loved the mountains, I say to you, you can't possibly understand how much we love those mountains. So if you enjoy being within them, try to remember, your love for the mountains is. Discourse 3. 55. Your gratitude to life, and our love to the mountains is our joy to expand the gift of our life to you and to all who come within their radiation. Now there are certain activities of power within the mountain ranges of the world that mankind cannot master until they come into our octave, and that is placed there for a very, very great reason. In the mountain ranges of the world is concentrated a certain activity of cosmic purity of the cosmic fire, and that cannot be interfered with by mankind's discord. You see, there are many, many places in the mountain ranges of the world that are wholly inaccessible to man, and in those places do we guard and use those great powers of the cosmic fire that ever send forth their blessing to the physical structure of earth, to the plant life of nature, and into the atmosphere of the earth which mankind is absorbing constantly. All of this is a controlled action of the fire element from our octave, which is immortal purity to the structure of earth and to the atmosphere of earth. And if those great currents of flame were not constantly passing through the structure of the 56. The XIII Discourses. Earth through the mountain ranges, the cohesive power of the planet could not act. This is part of the supply of life to the earth, the same as there is the liquid light flowing through the nerves of your physical bodies. So through the earth passes these great currents of fire, and they become the life of the earth. They are the life of the minerals. They are the life of the plants. They are the life in the atmosphere, and they are much of the life through radiation that mankind absorbs through the atmospheric conditions of the world. So when you begin to feel yourselves at one with our heart's flame, precious ones, be prepared for wonderful, delightful surprises, for our hearts love to give you the joy of what is within our life. And we love to give you the blessings that we enjoy bringing forth in the mountains of the world. Just know that our heart's love guards that magnificent activity of substance and purity in action, and you, the more you keep your attention upon our heart's love, you will feel more of our great blessings to life become a permanent creation in your own world. Just as in the great oceans of the planet is their focus that ever-purifying, continuous motion, so. Discourse 3. 57. In the mountain ranges are focused various powers that continually surge forth through radiation their wonderful gifts and blessings and beauty to life everywhere. And you, through your love to us and through your feeling of oneness with our heart's flame, can draw back into your own outer use everything that our love can give. It is but a matter of holding your attention upon the source of the gift, because life everywhere loves to give that to you. I mean all life that is greater than your outer manifestation. We love to give you the gifts of our domain. Your beloved presence loves to pour its love through you to us, and we love to pour our love back to you. And our love has so many gifts that would bring you such joy that it lifts you beyond the outer self. You can find peace and strength and purity in the mountains that is truly the very essence of life. These are only a small portion of the gifts which we bestow upon the whole planet Earth. We are the guardians of those gifts of eternal purity which ever expand beauty and perfection and the wonderful action of life everywhere throughout the planet. So regardless of your air transportation, regardless of your scientific discoveries, regardless. 58. The XIII Discourses. Of all that mankind think they can do, there is a sacred, secret domain on the earth into which they can never intrude until they are one with the flame of love in our hearts, for we are the guardians of those treasures not made by hands. And may I say, in the mountain ranges of the world is the master authority of creation. We are authority there wherein mankind's usurped human authority can never come. So you see, after all, there is on the planet Earth those activities of life that are the master hand of God, and mankind cannot control them. Until they are one with the love and purity of our life, they cannot master that which is our handiwork and our gift to creation. So I might say we are very powerful friends of the light to you all with an authority that the outer human activities of mankind cannot dominate nor ever oppose. WHO can oppose an avalanche down the side of the mountain. Will all your atomic bombs prevent that? Can mankind's so-called knowledge prevent the action of nature through the mountain ranges? When mankind seeks to discover certain things in the mountains and the powers of nature hide them by the clouds, as delicate a thing as a cloud can. Discourse 3. 59. Mankind interpenetrate that. Do you not see the hand of authority? Do you not see, the master power of all creation is vested in certain activities of nature that mankind can never control except through the love and oneness with the cosmic fire in the heart of the cosmic beings who control this system of worlds? When you say, I am the cosmic law of the power in the mountains, and I use it for the upliftment of mankind, then, dear ones, that means that you become the action in the physical octave of our authority and our power and substance and energy in the mountains that you may draw forth to assist mankind. That statement, I am the cosmic law, contains within it very, very great power to reach into any activity in the universe and draw back as much as you can use in your outer affairs to fulfill the divine plan. When you say, Tam, the fiery love of the gods of the mountains charging their eternal purity into my outer affairs, then, my dear ones, much that mankind know nothing of at all can come forth to bless you, so long as the divine plan is fulfilled in the use of that which we have created, which we have guarded. 60. The TTIAM discourses, which we have given onto the earth for the fulfillment of the divine plan only. This is where our authority as the gods of the mountains is at all times master of mankind's outer, so-called human authority. You scarcely can understand how much we love the mountains, for they are the objectification of our heart's design of life. Therefore, since they are our creation, do you not think we love our own creation when it is beautiful and powerful and pure? So when you enter into oneness with our heart's love, you are going to enter into a magnificent realm of action, and much illumination can come to bless you. And the very purity that flows back to you from your contemplation upon us or the mountain activities of the world, will automatically bring a great cosmic power of purity into your own world and your own affairs, because the mountain ranges of the world, as well as the oceans of the world, are the concentration of immortal purity to the earth. And only the great ones know how much the bodies of mankind and their mental and feeling world need the purity of which we are the guardian. When mankind is sinking in the Discourse 3. 61. Quicksand of their own human desires that have engulfed them with their own discord, then, dear ones, there must come forth something to balance that. That is the cosmic purity whose power is the magnetic force from the great central sun to raise mankind out of the engulfing substance of their own discord. Mankind in the outer world today need purity as they have never needed it through the ages, and they need it more than they need food. May your heart's call to us flood back into your world the purity of our love and the power, mark you, and the authority, mark you, that is ours as guardians of the mountains of the world. When you call forth the authority of the gods of the mountains, you are drawing the authority of eternal purity into your outer physical substance, and that becomes for you added protection against the impurity of the rest of mankind. Feel yourselves at one with us as often as you can. Your beloved God Tabor holds under his direction such magnificent gifts, such beauty, and such blessings as the eyes of mankind have never yet beheld, and will not behold until purity has become the law of the earth forever. 62. The TTIAM discourses. We are guardians of certain substance that mankind has never yet used in the outer. The mighty Himalaya is the giver of that golden snow which he draws from the Himalayan range, and he gives it to America. The beloved god MERU is the giver of certain currents from South America that form the great strength and guardian purity for North and South and Central America. And it is my privilege to be the guardian of certain substance and fire and power for the stabilization of that portion of the earth around the Swiss Alps. You see, dear hearts, through the beings of nature, the great cosmic law ever acts in the most magnificent beauty and perfection as it holds the guard over that which the seven mighty Elohim have created. We are the guardians of their magnificent creation of the earth, and that whichever supplies purity to the powers of nature and the outer activities of mankind has to be held as a reservoir from the ascended ones and the cosmic beings. And that must be released in balanced action as rapidly as mankind can use it to fulfill the great divine plan. And when you acknowledge your oneness with our heart's flame, you will feel something. Discourse 3. 63. Of our love for the mountains that will be irresistible to you and, may I say, will be the magnet that will draw you into the enjoyment of what is there periodically, and while you are within the mountains will you feel our gifts flooding into your worlds. And then you will return again to the outer world to expand those gifts and give them to others. You will again come to us and fill up the cup, as it were, and again go forth and give it to mankind, and you will receive in the mountains what you can never receive anywhere else. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now I would like you to make this experiment. The moment you sincerely send your love to the mountains, if you'll be still, you will feel the return current charge into your bodies with the instantaneous return of our love and gratitude for your love to our beloved mountains. You can have that return to you just instantly, just as if you took hold of a live electric wire and would charge your bodies with that same magnetic force and electronic force, because your love to the beings who govern the activities of the mountains. I do not refer to ourselves, I mean. 64. The XIII Discourses. Other beings of nature who govern some of the wonderful activities in the mountain ranges, your love to the mountains is love to their handiwork, and they are aware of that love. They see it as a light the same as you would see a light flash like that. You would see with your physical sight, you would be aware of it. Therefore, when your love comes to the mountains, they are as aware of that light and that love as you are a flash of light into the room. And, may I say, the more you pour your love, the more love you will receive back, because we return 1,000 times more love to you on every wave of love that comes to us. We do that its love may fill the earth until all else has been consumed. Your love to the mountains draws back our power instantly into your flesh bodies, and, may I say, it is as free as the air you breathe. Think what our love can give to you, and all it takes to bring that into your world is your love to us. Isn't it wonderful? Thank you, precious ones. Would you please be seated? Dear ones, just think. It only takes your love to us to open the door into our world of beauty and perfection, our authority, and our power too. Discourse 3. 65. Control discord. And it only takes our love back to you to continually flood your world with the perfection your hearts desire, and our love to you flooding into your world raises your world into the ascension of ours. And all it takes is love from you to us to draw back 1,000 times more than you will ever require to handle conditions in the outer. Yet most of mankind don't even know that we exist. It is no wonder they are in the degradation and poverty of their own desires, for until they desire our purity, they cannot have the power and authority of our life or our gifts into their world. And mankind, unless they are shocked awake from their own desires, do not desire purity until their agony is so great they are almost out of the body. So, precious hearts, you who have given us your attention, you who have loved the light and have bravely defended it, you who are making your calls for the release of the earth from the frightful distress of human desire, precious hearts, you do not realize how valuable you are to us. Each of you is like a jewel into which we can flash a light, and it can illumine the pathway of thousands. So as you love us and we pour forth our love to fill your world, will you? 66. The XIII Discourses. Find the authority of our purity becoming the authority in your world to forbid the approach of that which is not purity. Dear ones, could you know sometimes what charge of power we place into the substance, certain kinds of substance within the mountain ranges, and you took a piece of that in your hands, it would be almost like a live fire within you. I could take you on a journey tonight, thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? I could take you on a journey tonight into the laboratory of nature where only love may enter, and when you behold there what love can do, what love has done, what love constantly pours forth to the life on this earth, and you know that that love is simply our joy of living. And its expanding authority and power pours forth the blessing of eternity, then you will know why we are not interested in mankind's frightful mistakes. Our joy comes in the expansion of those powers of the cosmic fire, that produce manifestation that forever grows greater in its everlasting blessings to lift all into our octave. So, precious ones, your heart's love to us has opened the door for our love and our. Discourse 3. 67. Authority of eternal purity to become one with you, and become in outer physical action that which forever becomes mastery over mankind's discord of outer action. Call the authority of our love into your physical affairs, into your physical activities of the outer self. Call the fire of our purity into your outer conditions, and see for yourselves what the balancing power means when it comes from the gods of the mountains. You see, we are custodians, precious ones, of certain powers of life, and the greater beings who govern this whole system of worlds have made us that authority. Therefore, if you want that same authority to act in your physical world, then through your love to us and your call for our authority in outer physical action, it will enable you to be strengthened and protected against the hypnotic domination of the outer world until the cosmic law, through its great release of the fire element, moves into outer command and purifies the earth forever. When you say, I am eternally one with the cosmic fire from the gods of the mountains, and I am their fiery authority in physical action to maintain immortal purity here, then 68. The TTIAM Discourses. Great currents of electronic force from the mountain ranges and great flashes of flame could come in and around you to more easily control outer physical conditions, for every problem you have in the physical world today, every bit of distress or limitation, has to be removed by some action of the cosmic fire. And until mankind understand this, they will be enslaved to those conditions until our fire consumes the limitations. You must have our purity in your world, precious ones, or the world itself would dissolve. Discord and disintegration are one and the same thing. Immortal purity and God authority are the master hand of creation that stands the guard and holds the protection about that which is constructive. Therefore, if you want more power of protection, remember the gods of the mountains can give it by the cosmic fire and cosmic power that is automatically theirs to direct. Your beloved God Tabor has given you such blessings, many of which you will never know until your ascension is complete. And the beloved Himalaya, great, blessed being who has guarded the destiny of India all through the ages. Discourse 3. 69. And has maintained her identity. How great do you think is his love? How great do you think is his authority and purity to have accomplished that all through the ages? So when you open the door to us through your love to us, remember, everything we are and have will rush to answer you. And everything that can make you happy, we are happy to give without money, without price, without anything, except that love has opened the way for us to give what only love can create. Love to the beings of nature, love to the mountain ranges of the world, love to the great beings who are the custodians of that power and the authority of its use, ever draws to you, precious hearts, the freedom you crave and the beauty that we want you to bring into the outer world. May you enter into that complete at-one-ment with our heart's love and our authority of immortal purity to this earth until the flame about you compels purity, and mankind know better than to create impurity in your atmosphere. This is very much needed in your America this hour. And may everything that we can give draw the fire of our immortal purity into outer physical action, and our authority to command. 70. The TTIAM Discourses. The removal of that which has sought to destroy you, may that authority be felt in outer physical action by those who must go to the compound for purification. May everything that we can give to help you come forth this hour to assist your nation until the heart of the world is released from that which should never be. It is our great joy to give you all that life has given us, and if you will keep the door open by the remembrance of us, then we can do that which your nation needs, and we can clothe you in our power to maintain purity and our authority to forbid destruction any longer to touch your world. May our heart's flame of love eternal and the immortal purity of our great authority and power of life come forth and charge into your outer use everything necessary to help you hold the nation free from that which must be consumed. May you become the strength of the mountain ranges of the world to pour forth the fire of immortal purity into your fellow man until they turn back to the light that purifies all. May you be the strength of the mountains and the people of your nation to hold to the great God presence of life, the mighty I am, and demand the Discourse 3. 71. Immortal freedom of God's cosmic fire come into your nation and guard the gifts that God alone can give. May you fire the people of your nation with our authority and immortal freedom to stand against everything that is of impurity until the full cosmic action of the command of those great cosmic beings for the purification of the earth moves into outer command and consumes that which has so long tortured life. May I call you tonight the children of the mountains, who come into the love of my heart to use my authority to forbid impurity any longer to touch life. Thank you, precious ones. And may the beings of the mountains ever hold their purity about you and charge forth their authority into all that you do until you stand forth clothed in the fire and the beauty of their love, and you go forward to master the conditions of the outer world, charged with the strength of the mountain ranges of the earth to stand against that which is of the shadows. My love is ever at your command to be a mantle about you of authority, of purity, of power, and of protection. May we move forward the great cosmic fire of immortal command to the 72. The XIII Discourses. Forces of the outer world, until purity once again illumines the earth, this time with the perfection of eternity. My legions and my beings of the mountains shall ever attend you and keep you ever in the heart of our love and purity. Thank you with all my heart's love, and just know, I am your friend of eternity. I am the guardian of immortal purity, and the fire of my love shall call and call and call until it has burned away everything that is an attraction in the opposite direction. To the joy of the great beings whom I call forth to guard you, ever fill your world with that which lifts you beyond the outer self, and makes you master over all in this world by the strength of the guardians of the mountains until you see them face to face and have the joy of their world fill yours forever. Discourse 4. BELOVED GOD TABOR November 25, 1951 Montrose, Colorado Record SG2083AB. Beloved ones of my Rocky Mountain family, I bring to you, I trust, a joy from our great realms of activity that shall become a permanent part of not only your life, but your surroundings, and enable you to pour forth that which enables others to look Godward and be free in their great call to life for the assistance which they require to overcome their physical problems. May I say to you today how fortunate you are compared to the masses of mankind, to live in a locality where the atmosphere is purified and you have so little, or almost none of the frightful conditions to struggle against that you find in the large cities, or in those portions of the earth where frightful destructive activities have taken place in the past. 74. The XIII Discourses. You, in this locality, through your calls to your presence and to us, and through the use of these various activities of the sacred fire, can become a tremendous powerhouse because of the atmosphere in which you live. It is very much easier, when there is not the pressure of many people's discordant thoughts and feelings in the atmosphere about you, to hold to your own consciousness of your beloved I am presence, or to hold to those activities from our octave that we have offered you for your freedom. Anytime the world presses heavily upon you, come into the great open spaces, and there in the quiet contemplation of the infinite sky overhead and the infinite energy that fills space everywhere, disconnect yourselves, so to speak, from the streams of energy that have held you bound to limitation or subject you to the discord of others. People do not understand the blessings that come from abiding within the mountain ranges of the world or in those great open spaces where the individual's aura is not contaminated by too close association with the rest of mankind. And truly, you are very greatly blessed in this community. While you are in it, yet you are not of it. And in these various activities which we pour forth from. Discourse 3. 75. Time to time into the atmosphere, I want you to feel perfectly at home in the environment of the mountains, for, I assure you, there is life, in its great purity and perfection, drawing its great streams of power within the mountain ranges that are not drawn anywhere except within the mountains. Each particular activity of the structure of earth has its own service to render to life. The water element, the seas, the great oceans, give off constantly their purifying radiation into the atmosphere of earth. The plant life does a similar service. But in the mountain ranges there are those great streams of electrical force in varying intensities that are consciously flowing all the time to sustain much of the structure of earth. And just as the veins and arteries in the physical body carry the life stream to the cellular structure and continue the life processes, so does a similar activity take place within the mountain ranges. Great streams of electrical energy flow through the mountains like blood flows through your veins and arteries. And as the liquid light flows through the nerves of the body, so is there a similar action of the liquid light that flows through the structure of the body of earth. 76. The XIII Discourses. In feeling yourselves one with the great inner fire activities of nature will you begin to absorb the great cosmic energy that is wholly impersonal in its service to life and its blessing to the world. You may at any time recharge yourselves with this cosmic energy that is absolutely pure whenever you turn your attention to it. And ask that the energy of your outer selves be made one with the energy of the great activities of nature that are placed within the earth for the sole purpose of maintaining purity. And when you consciously feel yourselves one with that great cosmic activity, it will not be difficult to heal your bodies or feel the strength and the energy you require to carry on your outer activities. Now just as each great being definitely projects and controls great streams of life to the earth to bless mankind and the powers of nature, so do we, in the great service which we render, continue to draw forth from the physical sun and the great central sun the ever-sustaining, intensifying streams of electrical energy, where we hold them in reserve, and then consciously direct them through the various powers of nature to accomplish a specific end. You think yourselves separate from the beings of nature and the forces. Discourse 3. 77. Of the elements, and yet you are not. They interpenetrate you, and you cannot do anything in the physical world without some of their energy. So the closer you feel yourselves at one with the great streams of light, cosmic light energy which is, in reality, substance playing through the forces of nature and the beings of the elements, the more you feel that your life and their life is one life of eternal purity. The greater will be the strength and the blessing of that energy in your own bodies. With enough attention to this and your calls to us to charge you with the power of the mountains into your outer, daily activities, you would feel a natural strength coming into the body and into your conditions that would repel the destructive vibratory action of most of the rest of the world. Long ago the mighty Saint Germain asked you to set up the guard through your use of the violet flame, and your direct call to your presence to establish about you the flame that repels every destructive vibration from the outer world. If you give this special attention and demand that the flame of love from the heart of your higher mental body stands the guard about you and, with its selective intelligence, repels every 78. The TTIAM Discourses. Vibration in the air about you that is destructive, my dear ones, you have no idea the lightness that you would feel in your bodies. You would feel as if tons of pressure had been taken away from you. That is why I'm drawing this to your attention, so that while you are visiting in the mountains, or temporarily in touch with them, or when you live here, keep charging the natural purity and strength of the powers of nature in the mountains with your special command to repel every vibratory action of discord. As you intensify this, you build about the body an atmosphere vibrating at the rate that is within the mountains themselves, wherein the destructive forces of mankind's mental and feeling world do not penetrate. And you can, with your recognition of your tube of light and this purifying power, the power of nature's purity, the fire of nature's purity charged into the atmosphere about you to constantly throw off everything that is destructive that you might contact as this increases. You would be able to move in any of the principal large cities of the nation and scarcely be aware of any disturbance. You would be aware that it existed, but it would not come in and locate into your feeling world to disturb you. Discourse 3. 79. And that is why, if periodically, people would pull away from the concentration of discord in large cities and come out into the mountains where they could be alone and quiet, and in that quiet absorb the electrical force that is in the mountains, you would be your own atmosphere, so to speak, vibrating at a rate so much higher than is in your large cities that you would scarcely be aware of the discord. And if you were aware of it, you would not feel yourselves connected with it. This is quite important, my dear ones. You might feel that, well, you can do it if you want to, but that's not what I'm explaining today. There is actual strength in the very atmosphere of the mountainous districts which you can positively build into the body, and with conscious command that it repel every destructive vibration in the atmosphere about you. You could so qualify that electrical force that it would be almost like a switch that you could throw on, and would either bring on the greater power or close out the discord. It is a tremendous gift from life. And that is why so many of the great retreats of the world have been placed within the mountain ranges, because of the purity and the power that can. 80. The TTIAM Discourses. Be drawn within them without interference. It is not only the interference of daily association, but the desire of mankind. Once they come into that sense of power that is in a mountain range, they lose within themselves, may I say, the feeling of their own importance and mastery over conditions. Very often individuals, in their own little channels, imagine themselves to be quite powerful and quite important, but when they come out into a great mountain range, they lose that because there is so much more power around them than there is in them, they get a perspective of themselves. And that is well. Therefore, do not fail, while the opportunity is yours, to accept the strength, the purity, and the power of the pure electrical force, now mark you, I'm using the word, force of the mountain ranges. And charge that into yourselves with a definite command that your higher mental body qualifies that so that it automatically repels every vibration of discord. You will find this a blessing so great that you will never fail to do it once you begin to feel the momentum which you can build. We have many, many blessings from the mountain ranges of the world that mankind. Discourse 3. 81. Have never yet discovered. They think they know something about the powers of nature in the mountain ranges, but I say to you, they know very little. We have secret riches in hidden places that none will ever find without us and none will comprehend without our explanation. So you see, we do have secrets into which mankind can never pry until they are one with us in their desire to serve life and purify all in order to set free that life which should long ago have produced the perfection of the Ascended Master's octave in this world. Mankind have made many discoveries, most of which they have used to their own detriment, but they have not discovered the secrets of the mountain ranges of the world. And, may I say to you, the mountain ranges of the world render a similar service to the structure of the earth that the bones do to the physical body. Now you wouldn't be much good without the bones, would you? You'd be sort of a formless mass and not much consciousness there. And the mountain ranges of the world are the strength and the supporting structure through which the powers of nature dispense their blessings to life, to mankind. And since the mountain ranges are the storehouse of many of life's great riches. 82. The XIII Discourses. Besides the minerals and the metals, mankind when they begin to feel the purity and the love which those beings of nature pour forth under our command, you would find many blessings coming into your outer use that would astonish you as well as the rest of mankind. We have been the custodians all through the ages of these great streams of electrical force, and, may I say, electrical life, because that's what those streams of energy are. Therefore, is it any wonder that you can come out into the mountains and just, sometimes, in 24 hours, feel the great uplift of your strength and the power that the change brings you here? And how quick the pull of the discord of the outer world drops away when you enter into communion with us. Try to feel that over every great activity of nature presides one or more of the ascended masters and cosmic beings who consciously regulate and direct the activities through the powers of nature for a specific, definite accomplishment and blessing to mankind and the earth. Nature is the great storehouse of life's great blessings, and the more you can feel your oneness with the electrical force, the electrical. Discourse 3. 83. Life of nature, the less would the atomic structure feel exhaustion or discord from associating with mankind. Now many people who live in our domain love it so much they never want to go back to the big cities. They say they can't stand the pressure. Well, that's quite all right if they don't know this law. But with you who understand that you are serving life for your freedom, then when you come into this great blessing that life has created to give you the strength and the way and means of sustaining your energy against the outer discord, then you fill up the cup, as it were. And then you go back to dispense its purifying life to the conditions around you until you raise everywhere all that you contact by that which you absorb from us. May I say, the mountain ranges are to some degree like a step-down transformer. It is our life that is concentrated within the mountain ranges, and the intensity of that energy is lowered to the vibratory action where mankind's bodies and their mental and feeling world can absorb it harmoniously and hold it concentrated in reserve for future use. Now if you train yourselves to feel what we have placed within the mountains too. 84. The XIII Discourses. Bless you, then wherever you move, you will keep charging our feelings of the powers of nature into yourselves so that your feeling begins to understand what is acting through nature, not only to bless you, but to bless the whole structure of earth, bless all mankind. If it were not for the purifying radiation that pours forth constantly from the mountain ranges of the world and through the great forests and the activities of nature, mankind would smother to death in their own discord. So we are a powerful purifying stream of life which, if you feel at one with it, you can absorb in any intensity you desire, store it up within yourselves, make it an atmosphere about you, until wherever you move, it will raise all that you contact into its own greater strength and purity. Now when it comes to the use of the great fire element of nature and of the great cosmic activities, then the strength in the mountains. My dear ones, this electrical force is in reality a stream of fire that goes through the substance of the mountains and charges into that its own mighty purity and power and perfection of life, and then radiates through that substance to nature and to mankind its greater blessing. And 85 Discourse 4I. Just as you heat a radiator, the radiator is the receptacle that holds that heat when it reaches a certain intensity, and then gives off that heat in whatever quantity you can absorb it. And the mountain ranges of the world render a similar service. The electrical force within the actual mountains of the world is an action of the fire element, and, may I say, it is stored there to give off its heat and its purifying radiation to bless mankind. And through the powers of nature sustain conditions while mankind gain their experience in this world. So when you call to us for the fiery love of our hearts to charge into you and charge into your conditions the feeling and the power that is in our life, you can do the same thing from the mountain ranges that charges into the atmosphere about you and allows that activity to go on to others wherever you move, just as it comes to you from the life we have placed in the mountains. From our great octave of life we are constantly pouring into the structure of earth and into mankind more and more of the fire element, because that is not only the purifying action of life, but it is the raising of the vibratory action of 86. The TTIAM Discourses. All substance until it comes to the place of eternal purity and self-luminosity. And just as we place our life into the mountain ranges through this electrical force that radiates for centuries, so can you draw into yourselves from our life's flame and from the powers of nature a similar activity. And then the atmosphere about you goes on with the same action to give to others, the same as our life in the mountains gives to you that which you can next absorb. And please recognize this always as an inner action of the sacred fire, the great divine fire of all creation, for without that electrical force, which is eternal, divine fire placed into substance, you would never have life. You would never have action. You would never have motion of anything in manifestation. So try to realize that everything that is active within yourselves or in the powers of nature is some activity of the sacred fire. And the more you understand that, the more you give recognition to it, and the more you use it, the more will you embody the mastery and the perfection and the dominion of the sacred fire. And when you are filled with that, there is no such thing as a mistake or a limitation that can stay in your world longer. Discourse 3. 87. So when you come into the mountain ranges to breathe the pure air and enjoy the snows and the water, you are scarcely realizing that it is the fire that makes everything act and enables everything to give you itself. You must come back to this one fundamental everywhere throughout creation, that life is the sacred fire, and the action of life is the concentration of that fire into form and consciously directed to produce definite manifestation. If people understood what they could do by absorbing the electrical force, consciously calling it that, of the fiery love from the ascended Master's great temples of life and from those activities of the sacred fire that are always controlling certain conditions in this world. If mankind understood how easily, how quickly they could enter in and draw that into themselves, my dear ones, you would go forward in such accomplishment as you have never dreamed. Your beloved Saint Germain has taught you through the years to call the presence into YOUTHE, presence into action, the power of the presence and the intelligence of the presence into yourselves, and outer conditions. But when you always recognize that as the fiery intelligence, the fiery presence, the fiery 88. The TTIAM Discourses. Energy of the great life of the mighty IAM presence in the great central sun, the moment you accept, acknowledge, and use that fire element, you will find mastery taking place and controlling conditions that otherwise would be a limitation. So you are not at the mercy of outer world conditions regardless of the appearance world. No matter what comes to your attention, know always, your first duty is to turn to your beloved I am presence, and to us, and charge the sacred fire into the condition that compels it to change and yield you perfection. Call the sacred fire of our hearts, if you can't think of anything else, into the conditions of the physical world that need changing, because when you set the habit of continually remembering that your presence, whether it be the electronic body or the higher mental body, is a fire being, and the unfed flame of life in your heart is the fire action in you, then to use that constantly in and through yourselves, and charge it into conditions, is the use of the master power of life to which all the beings of the elements are eternally obedient. Because they know that to obey the command of the cosmic fire is there. Discourse 3. 89. Supreme privilege and joy, for there is nothing that can come to them through it but purity and happiness and perfection. It is the purifying power. It is the life-giving power. It is the sustaining power. It is the protecting power of the most concentrated activity of life, therefore it is the supplying power just as well. You ask that the great love from the beings who created the mountains and sustained them pour to you the supply from their own heart's love. Try to call the supply of that fire element into your beings and worlds and watch the results. We want you free, precious ones, and I have many reasons for why I'm saying this afternoon. Mankind has so disturbed the natural balance and flow of supply to the masses of the people that they cannot re-establish the balance themselves, and unless they are taught this knowledge of the IAM, the use of the violet flame, and understand what the sacred fire is, they are like ships on an ocean without rudder or pilot. Now you just cannot go on and produce mastery over this world in the condition of the outer world's chaos without consciously understanding what the sacred fire is. And 90. The TTIAM Discourses. Everything that is the strength of good in you or in anyone who tries to hold to that which is constructive, you will find to be some activity of the fire element, and we have much of it in the mountain ranges. Please remember my words tonight if you don't remember anything else, that whatever you want in the physical world to produce greater perfection for you depends on your acceptance, recognition, and use of the sacred fire as the highest authority that can produce that for you. Your own, beloved I Am presence, and higher mental body is the supplying source of all that is of the sacred fire into your outer use. And every ascended master and cosmic being who offers you assistance, offers it always in conjunction with your own, blessed I Am presence. Fill your beings and your worlds, fill your affairs with that love of the pure divine fire of creation, and command it to produce perfection for you, command it to do the will of God everywhere in the physical world. Command it to fulfill the divine plan, the ascended master's way in the service of your mighty Saint Germain. This keeps you held within that fire element, and then as you charge your atmosphere with the electrical. Discourse 3. 91. Force and power of purity from the mountain ranges of the world, it means you can go forward and have amazing results as you apply this to your business affairs, as you apply it into every condition that you find in the physical world. If there be impurity, then the divine violet flame is that purifying power. If you need strength, then that divine blue flame is that electrical energy and force. If you need peace, then that divine golden flame with a breath of pink is the concentration of that fire whose radiation especially produces the feeling of peace. And the sacred fire, the divine fire, is the sustaining power of the sustaining life of everything that is constructive. So you are really blessed among the people of earth to have this privilege of contemplating the mountain ranges and being close enough in their radiation to give recognition to the blessings that our life has concentrated there to bless the whole world. And you, in your walk of life, should be a concentration of that sacred fire to pour forth its same divine blessings to the rest of life wherever you go, and if you are consciously aware of that and concerned with the outpouring of it, let the pressure become so. 92. The TTIAM Discourses. Great that discord from the outer cannot come back and touch you. And that is your secret of mastery. Keep charging the divine fire from your mighty IAM presence and the ascended master's octave into everything in the physical world with such power that that which is of the outer cannot come in and connect with you. It is your supreme scepter of protection, of mastery, and of assistance to all life wherever you move. Keep calling forth with all the love at your command the divine fire from your own, blessed IAM presence, to manifest the will of God on earth as it is in the ascended master's OCTAVE, TO manifest the divine plan fulfilled the ascended master's way in the service of beloved Saint Germain. And you demand all the divine fire necessary to do this quickly in outer conditions so that you may be protected against the discord, and go forward to the victorious accomplishment that each of you desires to attain, and which must be brought into the physical world somehow. When you call forth any manifestation by the divine fire of cosmic Christ love from that, blessed IAM presence, in the great central. Discourse 3. 93. Son, demand that divine fire be an eternal part of this world, and whatever manifestation you produce becomes luminous and a blessing to this earth forever. Then just fill your world and the worlds of those around you with these magnificent manifestations, the miracles and the victories of the divine fire of creation, that it may send the love of its blessing into the atmosphere about you. And you become clothed with the flames of your own thoughts of God's perfection. Then you stand within that, the jewel in the heart of the lotus, the thousand-petaled lotus of perfection's flame, because every time you call forth that divine fire, another flame becomes established about you until, eventually, you are a son of its loving blessing to the universe about you. Thank you for your presence here. Thank you for your love to the light, and thank you for your blessings to nature. I shall flood back those that come under my direction, and I trust one can take you forward to an understanding of happiness that becomes a blessing to you forever. Thank you with all my heart. DISCOURSEV MIGHTYGODMERU January 3, 1954 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 161, Cassette 60311-1. Beloved ones of my heart, in answer to my heart's call, again we have your attention, and I trust we will leave with you a blessing that will be well worth your calls and everything you have sought to do in your service to the light. I want to reveal something to you concerning South America. For century upon century South America had many wonderful manifestations of the light of God's command to the earth. Within South America there has always been ENGIVENADORATIO NAND acceptance and a call to the sun as a giver of life to the earth. And because there have been those places within our borders where the light in centuries past was drawn with such power to produce wonderful manifestations. 95. 96. The TTIAM discourses. Certain other forces have sought, of course, to destroy that or interfere with its blessing to the earth. But now, once again, the expanding light from the great central sun is, through every focus of light throughout the world, expanding a cosmic heartbeat that causes every focus of light to intensify and expand its control throughout the world. The sinister force does not know this, but the interaction of it is going on with victory. Thank you, precious ones. And so it is, as you give more and more recognition with great love and devotion to the power and authority of the great central sun. You will draw its marvelous powers and its manifestations of victory and command to this earth into and through your outer activities to more quickly release its dominion and reveal its perfection, for I assure you, the great central sun stands back of the manifestation of what you call this system of worlds. And since it is the giver of all life in the universe, it is the directing intelligence and almighty power by which this whole system of worlds came into existence, is sustained, and through which the great central sun's love and Discourse 3. 97. Eternal perfection of life will forever expand. So when you begin to recognize the existence of the great central sun, and by conscious call and understanding of the life and the love of the mighty God presence there, you draw its greater manifestations and blessings into physical existence in this physical world. And that makes you the master over conditions here very much more quickly than otherwise would be. We have long given recognition and love and devotion to the physical sun in South America, and, at some places, to the great central sun. And so we are grateful beyond measure for your recognition and use of this power of God within your own consciousness and the demand for its authority and power to act within your nation. If you will include in your calls the same mighty power to go forth in eternal victory to Central America and South America, it will make the Western Hemisphere a sun of light within itself, intensifying to the point where it will burn away, so to speak, some of the destructive activities of the rest of the world that have sought to engulf the planet to complete destruction. Mankind's peculiar genius for delving into the secrets of nature and the use of energy too. 98. The TTIAM discourses. Fulfill the diabolical plans of human desire and human creation is a most terrific thing. And so with your recognition of the great central sun and your call for its secret sacred fire's annihilation of all that the hordes of the shadows plan, you will never know until your ascension just how wonderful it has been for these calls to go forth. That they may release into outer physical conditions the prevention of a large portion of what is intended. When selfishness reaches a certain place, a certain concentration of energy, whether it be in an individual or groups of individuals or nations, matters not. Selfishness accumulated to a certain point is criminal, animal insanity and is a blight upon the universe and is treason to the universe. And so when your calls have gone to the heart of creation for the release of the secret sacred fire's annihilation into certain channels, I assure you that sacred fire will go there as sure as a universe exists. Thank you, precious ones. Now where individuals have turned to destructive activities, sometimes within the life stream there has accumulated a certain amount of light in the causal body due to a Discourse 3. 99. Former use of energy constructively directed. But where individuals have accumulated such a momentum of evil over many embodiments, that destructive accumulation stands around the physical body and interpenetrates the emotional body, qualifying the energy destructively. In that case, very little light, as a rule, abides within the causal body, and when the evil builds to a point where the causal body gives forth no light, then the second death must be commanded. So your call, my loved ones, for the great central sun's secret sacred fire's annihilation of the evil mankind has built, is a far greater act of mercy and a far greater use of the great love of the universe than you understand tonight. We are very grateful that you have this understanding of the law by which you can continue this call and move into outer conditions the consuming power to prevent these evil forces from building to greater destruction. Mankind seem to refuse to understand that these great beings who exist in the other parts of this system wield cosmic forces of which mankind knows absolutely nothing. And so when those who intend destruction or desecration of whole nations and portions of the earth build 100. The XIII discourses. Their frightful creations to that point, if it becomes necessary, the cosmic law can act through cosmic beings who could direct forces from outside of the atmosphere of this earth that could dissolve any portion of it instantly. Thank you, precious ones. I want you to know our love and our gratitude to you is boundless for every call you send forth for the descent of that sacred fire that consumes this human creation before it can accumulate to the place where the hordes of darkness could direct it to its wholesale destruction. We have watched mankind a long, long while misuse the great blessings of God. And under the action of the cosmic law there comes the cycle of time and authority of those who own this system of worlds to bring into outer action that which puts an end to the insane destruction of human defiance and denial and rebellion against God. So, beloved ones, fear not to go forward. You have a scepter of power. You little realize what it means. You little dream the power that is within your call to the great central sun for its secret sacred fire's annihilation and prevention of that which should not be. And so since our authority. Discourse 3. 101. In South America has long held the balance when, once before, these same forces tried to engulf the world, we have survived and still rule. Thank you, precious ones. Now I simply give you the idea and shall await the impulse within you as to what you choose to do. Long centuries ago when there was the school of black magicians in South America, 300 of them working at one time against mankind's effort to turn to the light, and their intent was so diabolical with the same thing you have today. The atomic bomb, we broke up that school of 300 black magicians. Thank you, precious ones, with all my heart. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. There still exists in the Andes Mountains the records and forms of some of their devilish things that they created and imposed upon life, and I, for one, would appreciate it if you would make the call that the great central sun's secret sacred fire's annihilation penetrates the structure of the earth and removes from the universe the records of their devilish viciousness against life. If you will make this call, we can do certain things within the crust of the earth. 102. The XIII discourses. To remove certain forces that they anchored through the powers of nature in these things that were so terrible. You might wonder why I do not act of my own volition. God knows, I would have centuries ago if the cosmic law had permitted. But since you are aware of this now, and you are atoms in the body of mankind upon the earth, if you will make this call of your own free will, I can move into action certain purifying powers to dissolve and consume within the crust of the earth certain things, certain forces, and certain creatures that are still held there bound, and which, if allowed to come to the earth's surface, would be frightfully destructive to mankind. There are still creatures bound within the crust of the earth in certain subterranean channels and caverns that are indescribable in your words in the horror of their creation. And they are alive. If you will make your calls for the great central sun's secret sacred fire's annihilation, through the crust of the earth, of all those creations of the black magicians and of mankind's diabolical viciousness, the powers of nature will love you and bless you without limit. And even the beings. Discourse 3. 103. Of the elements will worship you because of their release. Thank you, precious ones. This will also remove something of the magnetic drawing power of certain destructive forces on the surface of the earth to certain localities in South America, and some in Mexico and some in Central America. So from the inner standpoint, we will greatly appreciate your calls, and it will give us certain opportunity to act within, I trust, a limited time. If this can be accomplished within a certain time, the structure of the earth will be greatly blessed and released from a terrific pressure and attraction to the discordantly qualified energy released through the feelings of the people in war. If we break the focus of these destructive activities within the crust of the earth, the destructively qualified energy released by the feelings of the people in the atmosphere of earth will not be able to anchor in those places and in other places in the world to so easily focus against mankind. In one way, when these things are allowed to remain in the structure of the earth, they are a drawing power to the destructively qualified energy in the atmosphere of earth, and that keeps feeding more and more destruction. If 104. The XIII Discourses. We can break each focus with the sacred fire, it looses the attracting power upon the atmospheric destruction. And it will be much easier to consume in the atmosphere over certain portions of the earth the accumulating hate and discord released through war and consciously held in certain locations for further, future destructive action. I have not been with you for a long time, but I trust one shall come more frequently as we move into action with the release of these forces that will surely bring to life a blessing indescribable, as you, in the full authority of your own blessed I am presence, demand the descent of the secret sacred fire's annihilation of everything within the crust of the earth that is of such frightful destructive action. Just remember, my dear ones, no matter how vicious mankind become in their misunderstanding and misuse of life, I want you to remember that the resourcefulness of the great God beings who have created and directed the planet is infinite. The great resourcefulness of the great God presence, the mighty I Am, is without limit, and regardless of what mankind creates, the great God presence can draw forth that which is its master. Thank you, precious ones. Discourse 3. 105. And now, to make your calls to release the earth from the frightful conditions created by animals and reptiles and vermin and the frightful conditions that have been imposed upon nature, to release the earth from that frightful activity, is, I tell you, a mercy and a gift of love which will go on and expand its blessing to life everywhere in this world forever. So we will deeply appreciate even just a few calls, that we may set into action those powers of the cosmic law that will undo the work of rebellious individuals who through the centuries past have been so determined to destroy the earth. So, blessed ones, you have knowledge far beyond what you understand. You've been given and given and given these pearls of existence from the heights of eternal perfection, that you may use them in these outer conditions to do that which only the cosmic law can do through your calls, and which will forever go on and expand their blessings to the release of mankind and the powers of nature and the beings of the elements from the mistakes and the creations of mankind's hatred of the past. If you, in making this call, for the great central sun's sacred fire's secret annihilation of mankind's hate creations. 106. The XIII Discourses. Of the past that have been anchored within the crust of the earth, it will reduce greatly much of the destruction that is intended. And so we will be very happy to answer your calls. We shall set into action certain powerful currents and activities of the sacred fire to begin their journey through the crust of the earth to consume those creations which must be consumed from the earth if it is to be purified, and once again illumine the universe around it with the blessing of its love and the glory of God's heart. So in helping to remove those forces from the earth, you are not only increasing your own protection, but you are lifting, by the power of eternal love, the darkness of the hordes of evil from life, from substance, from energy, and from the earth. It is with great gratitude that I am privileged to speak to you for a few moments and tell you what has been on my heart for so long, when I have longed to remove from the land over which I have dominion, remove those creations that have tortured life, dishonored God, and betrayed mankind. Now let us move into action the sacred fire of the universe and let its secret annihilation enter into those secret places where there have. Discourse 3. 107. Been hidden for centuries these creatures and these creations that must be consumed, and that life and energy purified and released back into the direction of the powers of life to compel perfection in the future that blesses the universe with the gifts of love. Love is the most wonderful thing in all the universe, for within it is the infinite, eternal resourcefulness of the great God life from the great central sun to always bring into action that which consumes mankind's creation, annihilates its record from the universe, and places the perfection of God's love in its place to hold dominion for eternity, and thus bring freedom to life where human creation has bounded in distress. So, blessed ones, accept my heart's love to you today. I assure you, everything my love can give will come to you in blessings that are boundless if you will help me render this service to help free the earth from that which has tortured and dishonored it so long. Thank you, precious ones. The hordes of evil are trying to swarm over our beloved South America and Central America and Mexico to continue their diabolical action against. 108. The XIII Discourses. Life, and if we can do this within a certain time, we will take out of their hands certain ways and means by which they can focus what they intend against our continent and against the Western Hemisphere. In removing this condition from the crust of the earth down to a certain depth, they will not be able to focus and locate some of the destructive things which they plan. So if we will move into action as quickly as possible, I assure you, every call you make, I will send back to you the blessings of love that will be tangible and real and eternal for your cooperation with my request of love. Love shall answer you as love responds to me, and together our love shall release the Western world from some of this frightful condition that should long ago have been consumed. And so now with this conscious knowledge that you have, the momentum of your decrees and your calls to the Central Sun, I bless you for eternity. I thank you with all my heart, and I will prove my gratitude by the blessings that I will gladly bestow upon all who will give me this assistance from tonight. Do the best you can, and I will give you the best I have, and together we will release that part. Discourse 3. 109. Of life in the Western world from the shadows that are unspeakable and which we do not longer want to exist anywhere in the universe. So let us, shoulder to shoulder, render our service to life and bring about once again the condition that glorifies that beloved IAM presence and brings honor to the great beings whose love through the centuries has stood guard over God's handiwork until this light and this violet consuming flame could be brought forth into outer action by the conscious command of unascended beings who, taking the scepter of their dominion, march forward and command the world return to God, and the perfection of God's universe manifest here. To the glory of the mighty I Am presence, and the love and eternal happiness to life and the universe around you. May I have the opportunity to clothe you with the blessings I can bestow that come under my direction, and, I assure you, love will give you all it has. May it forever hold you victorious in the glory of its heart, invincible forever against the shadows and anything they have created. Go forward, and I will hold your hand to our victorious accomplishment. Thank you with all my love. 1. DISCOURSEVI BELOVED January 11, 1954 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 1795. My beloved friends of the mountains, it is with great joy that I may spend a few moments with you and share with you the beauties that are in my domain and the blessings which they pour forth to the people of this world, and which they are yet to bring into outer conditions for the blessing of all who will live in this world in the future. The handiwork of nature is very wonderful, my dear ones, and it would be well if mankind paused occasionally in the midst of their outer activities to realize how great is the power of life and how miraculous is its love and its beauty that is constantly going on everywhere, and, most of it, unseen by mankind. When you realize that the beings of nature and the forces of the elements, by conscious. 112. The XIII Discourses. Command of the great ones who govern this system of worlds, bring about the fulfillment and manifestations of the beauty which the great divine plan of life lovingly places everywhere in this world and is constantly trying to expand. It takes very great love, my dear ones, and patience to wait upon wayward humanity, century upon century, and yet we are busy all the time building beauty and using the magnificent gifts and powers of life to create ever greater beauty and ever greater blessings and reveal greater depths of the love that gives all. And mankind in their depredations and degradation, have so often torn to pieces the handiwork and blessings of the beings of nature, and when mankind's destructive creation returns upon individuals age after age, when the individual leaves and stops the destruction for a time, nature still beautifies and covers over the scar upon the world. Nature ever is using the magnificent miracle powers of God's heart, God's great love and intelligence and designing power in its great creative activity, ever and ever and ever to cover over and wipe out mankind's distortion and discord and destruction. Discourse 8. 113. So you whom I shall call my family of the mountains, because some of you have loved the mountains very, very greatly, I shall expect, through your calls, if you will cooperate with me, to help undo some of mankind's mutilation of the beauties which the powers of nature have bestowed. You must understand how great is the intelligence, how great is the love, How great is the power that designs the infinitely small with such beauty and such perfection, the same as the great cosmic beings design a world or a system of worlds or a galaxy of systems. The same mighty God intelligence of eternal love that designs the beauty in the infinitely small is the same God perfection and love of life in the great central sun that has designed and manifested the entire universe. So one day when you come to visit my realm of beauty, you will understand more thoroughly what I mean tonight. In the meantime, contemplate it, and see if your understanding cannot reach out and stretch a little bit into my world. That I may come back into yours and leave a blessing of beauty and gifts of perfection that you may use as you go forward to your eternal destiny in bringing about the freedom of the earth. Thank you, precious ones. 114. The XIII Discourses. Just as the sun ever is dissolving and consuming the impurities generated in the atmosphere of earth, just so do we continue purifying and rebeautifying many activities of nature that must be held in balance if mankind is to be allowed to exist here in the future. And when, through the frightful conditions of war, mankind do the things they do, only one thing can you do if you understand the realm of beauty and authority and love from which I come. You can only do one thing, and that is to lift your heart in love and gratitude and adoration, and ask the heart of creation to have mercy and love and forgiveness to that life, part of life which is so bound in the shadows that it cannot see the sunshine of the beauty of everlasting love. When mankind prefer to destroy each other and distort the blessings of the world to desecrate everything that is here in preference to loving God and receiving the wonderful universe around them, then you must know something very severe must come to awaken them from the shell of their crime and their destruction and their filth. We ever work to expand the beauties of nature whose purity goes forth to help raise all. Discourse 8. 115. Life into our octave. And those of you who have faced this, beloved IAM presence, you whose hearts are calling to the ascended host, you who love the light, do you know what you mean to us? You are like a breath of fresh air in sunshine to one who has been in the dark recesses of imprisonment. You, as a handful of mankind who have been willing to make your calls, are an encouragement to us. And so in return, I come to encourage you. Thank you, precious ones. And in the great, wonderful activities of the powers of nature, those powers, my dear ones, were you to require their beauty and their gifts in some wondrous service to life, you would find the beings of the elements and the powers of nature bringing to you their divinest gifts without distress and work on your part, and without desecration of the world in which they live. You would not have to shatter a mountain to get what you required of the elements there or the minerals or the metals. If mankind were friends with these blessed beings and would keep themselves purified, the beings would be glad and anxious to bring their blessings to mankind to perform the service that again beautifies the 116. The XIII Discourses. World and uses the blessings through the powers of nature that God has so richly given. So, my dear ones, mankind in order to exist, does not have to destroy the beauty and the handiwork of cosmic beings who have built the earth. Wouldn't it be a strange way of life that would make it necessary for beings to destroy something beautiful other beings had built just in order to exist? It doesn't seem natural, does it? It doesn't seem reasonable, does it, for mankind to have to live as they do with slavery and destruction as their only means of existence? I shall lift your hearts tonight into the great creative heart of God's mighty love and show you the master powers of life that can design in a breath the beauty of nature and release the powers that make that beauty grow and give its blessing to everything else in creation. Do you not think the great plan of life is very perfect and very wonderful, when those who govern your world care so much for you, and care so wonderfully for the beings of the elements and the powers of nature, and love beauty so much, and are so filled with perfection that they design something as tiny as a snowflake with such? Discourse 8. 117. Exquisite beauty and balance, to exist may be only an instant. That is the perfection to which I have reference. That is how much love cares for its manifestations. That is how much love at the center of the universe loves to give perfection, and how much it is willing to give of its own beauty and its own power, that its creatures may have only that which is perfect. So if you will think some of these things through, if you will think deeply upon that to which I have referred tonight, I trust, as time goes on, some of the blessing of which I am custodian may come to bless you, make your pathway easier, give you unlimited powers over certain conditions in this world, and enable you to go forward in your service to the light with much greater freedom, much greater power, and much greater victory. I just happen to be custodian of some very wonderful gifts, and I wish you knew me better and that there were no veils between. Then my gifts would be yours to use in your outer conditions, and what you call miracles would be just your natural, everyday experience. And I do want you to live a life of miracles as time goes on and as love holds greater command. You do. 118. The TTIAM Discourses. Not quite realize how much I love the beings of the elements and the powers of nature who do my bidding when I design something beautiful and I call them to my assistance. Because we obey the law of love, they love to come to me, and I love to have them, for together we design that which honors the mighty IAM presence and the ascended host, and blesses everything else in the universe with the radiation of its beauty and its love. Love is a wonderful thing, my dear ones. The love to the beings of nature, the love to the forces of the elements, love to those blessed beings will draw to you things the outer world can never give. Not all human beings put together can give to you what some of these beings have in their custodianship as the blessings of nature. Can all mankind give you a mountain? Can they create a mountain? Not yet. But my beings of the elements and my powers of nature have built mountains of beauty in which abide wonderful currents of life, wonderful power and energy of eternal purity, and through whose radiation alone we can lift mankind's human creation and consume it in the violet flame. Discourse 8. 119. You do not understand, my dear ones, the beings that create the mountains and govern the life currents that pass through them and create the minerals and the metals and the crystals and the beauty and the jewels that are formed within the mountains of the world. Do you know what the mountain ranges are? They are the custodians of many wonders of God's great life, and many, many marvels that can teach mankind things they do not yet know. So, since I am custodian of certain things in the mountains, I am also custodian of certain beings who create them. They are a part of my family, too. I would love to have one part of my family know the other part of my family more intimately. Thank you, precious ones. Now one thing more, in blessing the beings of the elements, the powers of nature, you will be taught to use certain activities of life, and your own consciousness and your own love, to help those beings fulfill their divine plan, create their beauty, bring it to its perfection. And then lift them into a more wonderful activity that is greater and more powerful. Thus your love to them is like a magnet to raise them to something better and greater capacity, and in doing that. 120. The TTIAM Discourses. Their love comes back to you to give you always the greater gifts with which they are working in their activities of nature, to produce more beauty and more blessings and release the manifestations of greater love to the earth. So if you can feel that they are part of our family of nature, I think you will be greatly surprised at some of the gifts they can bestow upon you all. Thank you, precious ones. You know, you search the world over sometimes for a jewel or something that is the creation of nature, and you struggle to make the money to buy it, and you have so much effort to go to get what you want. And yet enough love to the beings of the elements and the powers of nature would draw them to you, and they would come and bring you their jewels without what you call mining them the hard way. They have the perfect way of creating them, and after they were created, they would love to give them to you to make you love them more. That is the miracle way to live life. If you knew how many miracles there were in the powers of nature and forces of the elements, why, I just tell you, they are all miracles as far as we're concerned. Discourse 8. 121. Some of them will not accept mankind's discord, for they return it again and again to those who do not comply with the law of purity and love and harmony. So in guarding the currents of life that are in the mountain ranges of a continent, we are guarding the life of those nations as well who abide within that continent. And I might say to you, the Rocky Mountain Range, which is my home, is really the backbone of the American continent, the North American continent. So it is quite a responsibility, I assure you, to keep those currents of electronic force flowing without interruption and in balanced action in spite of mankind's determination to take out of the mountains anything they want. Now since they have gone almost mad with this uranium desire, I am watching quite carefully, and if they think they're going to use more and more and more of that just for destruction, I am thinking some other things. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so? If they become too gluttonous, it might be necessary to change their minds for them, and while it might be distinctly unpleasant for them, it would benefit the world. So if I were you, regardless of the rush, 122. The XIII Discourses. Think I would not be too anxious to hunt uranium for atomic bomb purposes. Atomic energy is one thing for commercial use, but atomic bombs are another. And it might interest you to know, my dear ones, that there is a way and means of drawing atomic energy, electronic force, whatever you call it, out of the atmosphere without all that strain and struggle. So who is wise and who isn't? Mankind's way will always be hard until they learn and obey the law of love. We have told you this again and again. We have told it to mankind down the ages, and may I say to you and assure you that we will keep on telling it until mankind are either purified or, of their own free will, give the obedience by which love can fulfill the law of its own perfect manifestation everywhere in this world. Our love has poured to the beings of the elements a long while, and to the powers of nature, and they have blessed us with their marvelous gifts and beauty. And so we have found that love is worthwhile. So if you, with great devotion to your blessed IAM presence first, and then to those of the ascended host to whom your attention is drawn from time to time. Discourse 8. 123. Will pour your love to the beings of the elements and the powers of nature, and bless and bless and bless and thank them for everything they have done for you. I assure you, that will bring back to you blessing that cannot come and will not come in any other way. So tonight I wish to teach you how to experiment and associate with the powers of nature, the forces of the elements, and to feel your nearness to us in the activity with which we are concerned, whereby those beings carry out our will and produce the creation that blesses mankind and which is for their perfect use. I have been very close with you sometimes, although it's a long while since we have had a visit with each other. But I may come more frequently in the future, thank you, precious ones, if time and conditions permit. In the meantime, I leave it with you to remember what the beings who love me and serve me are willing to do for you as you recognize them as part of our family. Did you notice, I said, our family, yours and mine, and that is because you have had the blessings of nature, the blessings of the beings of nature, the powers and beings of the elements, many, many ages. 124. The XIII Discourses. Now let us bring into concerted action our obedience to the law of love, and let it reveal to you what gifts and powers it is waiting to bestow. And those will come to some of these beings that come under my direction. Magnificent is the power, beyond description, that is held focused within the mountain ranges of the world, to ever pour forth its purifying essence that mankind may breathe more easily. If it were not for the purifying electronic force that is radiated forth from the mountain ranges of the world by conscious, directing intelligence and by great cosmic beings who have given that life and that energy, if it were not for that and the love we bestow, you would have smothered to death long ago. Mankind's own discordant human creation will smother them if they do not have purity, at least a certain proportion of it, to give them an opportunity to make further effort to come into the constructive way of life and live as God intends. So to those of you who love nature so much, and I believe most all of you do, I have many surprises, that as you feel closer and closer to the powers of nature and the forces of the elements, the beings of the elements, we will be able to bring to you some very delightful gifts that will. Discourse 8. 125. Carry certain power and perfection into your world. And as we go forward feeling the oneness with this portion of life which acts through the beings of the elements and the powers of nature, try to realize that its mighty love to the earth loves you, and as you remember and recognize that love and respond to it and send your love in return, you fulfill the law, the cosmic law, and you enable them, certain ones of the ascended host, to come to you in a more tangible manner and to bring to you the blessings that will make your pathway easier and clothe you with mastery sooner. So your love to the powers of nature and beings of the elements will draw to you the assistance from others who will raise you, as your love raises those precious beings who have created such beauty and blessing for the use of mankind. Tonight, try to know that these beings are the family of my heart, and I trust as you learn to love them and recognize them and feel their reality, it will enable me to show you some of the things that they do, and bring you blessings for your use in bringing into outer physical conditions the greater perfection that is to become eternal in this land. 126. The XIII Discourses. So as you go forward with some of your, shall I say, projects, you know that's a much used word, lately as some of your projects develop, we have a few of our own which I trust, one day, you will enjoy experimenting with some of our activities that will reveal to mankind many things from the Ascended Master's octave, which must have a channel through which to come into this world and become a part of its future perfection. So, dear hearts, just know that we are part of the great activity of building the perfection of the future. We are some of the builders, and you are some of the builders. And there are many other builders, but let us all recognize that anything that is to be sustained and fulfill the great divine plan must be built by love, with love. For love and on the substance of this world that love has created and maintains to fulfill its own divine plan and the destiny of mankind unto the ascension. May we ever offer you the blessing of the mountains until when you come there, you will feel they are one of your homes, and there you will enjoy, with us, others who make the mountains their home also. May you forever. Discourse 8. 127. Be welcome, and may I have the privilege of holding you there until I show you certain things that are exquisitely beautiful which mankind has never seen and do not understand, but which, one day, must come and be given to the outer world. And I hope you will be the channels through which those gifts can be bestowed upon the rest of mankind to take them forward to their freedom. Just know that in the great divine plan of perfection, all of this weaves itself together like a beautiful tapestry, and every thread is necessary. And all the beauty of perfection and eternity comes to you as a natural enfolding presence and protection and assistance to the fulfillment of your destiny also. So as we enter into the use of this magnificent power and blessing of life, try to know it is always the gift, the intelligence, the power, and the substance that love offers to fulfill its own divine law of blessing and happiness and perfection to all. May you abide within it and know that there never again can be struggle. I leave you enfolded in the radiance from the mountains. The sunshine of its glorifying presence, the mighty I Am, ever makes you understand how wondrous are those mighty. 128. The TTIAM Discourses. Giants of nature and what love they represent to the earth from the great beings who have created them and given their blessings to the world. I commend you to the heart of that love, that you may know its beauty, happiness, and its victory forever. Thank you. DISCOURSEVII BLESSEDGODOFTHESWISSALPS January 13, 1954 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 250AB. Beloved ones of God's heart, it is my privilege tonight to bring to you an explanation of the activity of the gods of the mountains which I trust will stay with you forever, and it is this, the four gods of the mountains, in their outpouring from our retreats to the world. Form a cross from the 4 points of the compass, and that performs the same service to the structure of the earth that the skeleton work, so to speak, of a building forms to the building. It is the support and the structure of those great outpourings and streams of life in its mighty power through the mountain ranges of the world to the rest of the earth. And if you will understand that, from north to south, those currents are under the control of the mighty god Tabor and the 129. 130. The TTIAM Discourses. Blessed God MERU, and the currents from east to west are under the control of myself and the mighty Himalaya, and this forms, my children, an open-ended cross through which constantly flows the cosmic life, the cosmic strength, and the cosmic love to the planet from the great beings who are the dispensers of that life and its blessing for the upliftment of mankind and for the expansion of the light through the powers of nature and the beings of the elements. Now since this is the cosmic handiwork of the great builders of this system of worlds, I trust you will understand something of what our task is in the radiation which we pour forth from our retreats to the surrounding countries that come within the radiation of the focus of the flame that abides in each retreat of the gods of the mountains. That is a radiating center of the sacred fire from the great central sun to this earth, and it is the controlling intelligence and power by which we govern certain outer world conditions as they affect the mass of mankind. When the destructive accumulation of mankind gathers to a certain point, it becomes necessary for us to draw forth certain cosmic currents. Discourse 8. 131. Through the mountain ranges of the world to offset the pressure of that discord, and I wish you to understand this tonight, because those of you who love the mountains can feel, as it were, the heartbeat of life within those mountains. And that heartbeat that lifts you and thrills you with the joy when you are in the mountains is the radiation of our love that pours forth to all who will accept it and all who are sensitive enough to feel it and enjoy it and feel they are a part of it. So you can be the bearers, as it were, of the powers that come under our direction. You can be the carriers of that radiation to the rest of the earth, for it must go forth. The same as the heat comes into this room to make you all comfortable from the source that supplies it, just so must the perfection of our love and its cosmic power and action go forth to all life, to all mankind, from the gods of the mountains. To make life more comfortable in the lower places of the earth until all becomes purified and works harmoniously with the great cosmic law's effort to purify and set mankind free through the attainment of the ascension. People enjoy this or that other part of the earth. They enjoy this climate or some other. 132. The TTIAM Discourses. Climate, and they gravitate, as a rule, to those places where life is, may I say, easier. And, of course, in the tropics everything comes with so little physical effort that they become lazy. Not so with the mountains. When they come to the mountains, they come into a focus of terrific electronic force, tremendous electrical power, and when they come into that radiation of greater purity, they become more alert, more active, more dynamic, more charged with the power that is there. And if they will absorb that whenever opportunity offers, and then return to the other portions of the earth carrying with them the blessing and the strength and the power of the mountains, it will be just like the veins in the body carrying the blood of the life stream to the various portions to render the service that helps the whole body to maintain balance and health and perfection. So you see, each thing has its own proper use, its own proper location. But I tell you, in the mountain ranges abides the purity and the power of purity which must flow forth to the rest of the earth if the lower portions of the earth are to be purified. Were we to remove the electronic force in the mountain ranges, the world would. Discourse 8. 133. As you term it, be sick because of the lack of the purifying energy which is, mark you, generated and radiated by the sacred fire in the retreats of the gods of the mountains. Just exactly as the electrical equipment of your cities draws the electricity from the powerhouse and lets that light be produced which blesses the city and enables greater activity to take place. In exactly the same way does the sacred fire in the retreats of the gods of the mountains send forth its purifying life. Mark you, I said life to the other portions of the earth, because we are the guardians of the purity of life. And so the electronic force that is held focused and under our control through the mountain ranges of the world is ours to dispense as wisdom directs and as the cosmic law commands. So whether that dispensing of that life, purity, and power is required through the powers of nature or through the waters of the planet or through the beings of the elements or through mankind, it all comes under our direction. And we are the supplying source and balancing activity through the radiation that pours forth to the mountain ranges of the world. So if you will understand this, I want you who. 134. The TTIAM Discourses. Are familiar with your blessings of the Rocky Mountains to feel quite close to us, because since your beloved Saint Germain has his home in the Rocky Mountains and I have my home in the Swiss Alps, I want you to know that my home is his home also, and he has invited me to visit his home. Thank you, precious ones. Now I want to show you how the great intelligence of the cosmic law has blessed mankind in its own great wisdom of life. I wish you to understand that since we are the guardians of much of beloved Saint Germain's blessing to Europe, that which is to come to America from the great central sun is to be dispensed to the rest of the world. And those of us who direct those mighty blessings to the earth are watching with very great intensity some of the conditions within your land. I wish you to realize that Switzerland, given her freedom so long ago, guarded that freedom that was given her since way back in the 13th century. America was given her freedom, and in both cases by the efforts of your blessed Saint Germain. Now since these are the 2 points of the greatest freedom upon the earth, and since. Discourse 8. 135. He is the great guardian of that freedom for America, and that which he sought to do in Europe was his gift of love there. I am the guardian of some of his work, in fact, all of Iden Europe. There is an inner reason why the 2 nations who have clung to freedom are closely associated with the power of the gods of the mountains and your beloved Saint Germain. So we are ready to honor his mighty work of freedom in America because all that protects God's freedom in America will protect God's freedom in Switzerland, and all that protects our freedom in Switzerland will protect God's freedom in America. The powers within the mountain ranges are great currents of God's life. And so since that life must flow everywhere and carry its blessings of love and peace and intelligence to the rest of the world, our service to individuals is largely carried on through radiation. But those who know of us consciously and can call to us of their own free will automatically draw very much greater power and currents of energy from the gods of the mountains than the rest of mankind who simply absorb through radiation as much as they can, may I say, in their sleep state. They. 136. The TTIAM discourses are still in the nightmare of existence, and you have awakened in the morning. I trust none of you will go to sleep again in the human desires of this world. So, beloved ones, try to feel our love for America. And the precious ones who have come and gone to our country have been quite aware of that power and strength that they received there, the same as you are all aware of the uplift that you receive when you go to the mountain ranges of your own land. The same is true of the mighty Himalaya, and when the blessed Godfar and the children were there in the Himalayan range, they received from one sunrise alone blessings that are still theirs and still expanding to bless the rest of the universe. So it is with our land. So it is with your land. The light within the two countries of freedom must expand until it penetrates the darkness in the rest of the world, for that darkness is selfishness, and the selfishness is destruction. So, beloved ones, it is a very great joy and privilege and a very great responsibility for all of us, you and I, and the blessed God Tabor, your mighty Saint Germain, and all, to keep expanding the light until it penetrates to the Discourse 8. 137. Farthest resources of the world and consumes the selfishness that mankind has imposed upon the powers of nature. The more you can call consciously for the purification of the powers of nature and the beings of the elements, the less will the damage be done by the destructive forces, for when you demand the purification of those blessed beings of nature and the forces of the elements, you take out of the hands of the sinister force much of its energy and power to create further destruction. When you demand by the action of the cosmic law, as you have tonight in the use of the great command, the purification of the powers of nature and the forces of the elements, do you know what that does? It is just as if you swept debris out of your homes and then the light and the fresh air came in to give you greater blessing. And so it is when you demand the purification, by the power of the great command, of those forces of the elements, the powers of nature, you sweep away the conditions on which the sinister force survives and feeds to hold mankind in the clutches of its destruction. So we are deeply grateful for everyone that has come from Switzerland to America, and everyone. 138. The TTIAM discourses. Who has come from America to Switzerland with the realization within of what the power of this light of the mighty I Am presence means to the earth. Mankind has little concept of how important this work of the mighty Saint Germain is to the survival of that which is constructive throughout the world. We are, each of us, guarding wherever possible in our own domain and wherever we can in the rest of the world, but he, honor be to him forever for taking the responsibility of cleansing the earth. You scarcely can understand what that means. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. When the mighty Saint Germain took the responsibility, or offered to take it, for the cleansing of the earth, that he might bring to its fulfillment the effort of the blessed Jesus to set mankind free, it was to prove his love and his gratitude to life for his own freedom. That was what he offered back to life, for he was so grateful for his own freedom. His freedom came through his love to the blessed Jesus. And his love to life through long centuries, my dear ones, has been something phenomenal in one life stream, and since. Discourse 8. 139. He has taken the responsibility of so great a task. I can but say it has made us all love him even more than we did before he assumed that responsibility. And so in the love which we bear him, we are so grateful to be of any service possible to those of his family, those whom he has loved, those whom he has drawn from the shadows and held by his love in the light. And so we are willing to do likewise, and draw wherever we can those life streams that are caught in the shadows, and show them, once again, the way into the light and call them home where they belong. So, beloved ones, vicious as are some of the conditions of the outer world, yet I say to you, there is no way to permanently cleanse the earth or correct these conditions except by the great cosmic law, the cosmic law of the central sun's love, forgiveness, mercy, and the use of the sacred fire by which the purification is accomplished. And since your mighty Saint Germain has given you that assistance, we are ready with everything we are and have to help protect you all, to fulfill every call you send forth, to strengthen you, to strengthen all that is of the light, that it may expand more rapidly. 140. The XIII Discourses. And therefore release more of its power to shatter that which is destructive before it can any longer destroy that which should never have been desecrated by discord. It is a magnificent plan of creation that gives and gives and gives of itself with such love and beauty and power to its own creation to ever provide eternal happiness. That is why, when people come into the mountains to enjoy the beauty of the scenery and feel the strength and the energy and the health which they attain in that atmosphere, it is because the purity of that energy is the pure love from the great beings who control the powers of nature and bless the forces of the elements with the greater happiness and purity that must come forth into outer conditions through those channels. Within your own country, I tell you frankly, that purity must be maintained to your people. They must be aroused, they must be made to understand that unless they will purify themselves and guard that purity, there is only one other answer, and that is they must pay the penalty. The great cosmic law is no respecter of persons. All must be ground into perfection. All must obey the great cosmic law that holds. Discourse VIII. 141. Systems of worlds together, and the individual is no exception to that law, I assure you. The great God Presence, the mighty I Am, that has provided the world to live upon, has provided for mankind the blessings of nature, has provided the beings of the elements to help serve mankind, that they may create perfection and eternal happiness to bless all manifestation. That great God Presence, the mighty I Am, has been very wonderful in the gift of itself to the human beings of this world. And when its blessings have been desecrated and chaos built where love meant perfection and happiness to hold command, then sometimes there must be something done that is very drastic in order to stop mankind's frightful creation of that which is wrong. And so we work always with the expansion of the light in the individual through the mountain ranges, through the powers of nature and forces of the elements. Our duty is to keep the increasing power of light in the mountain ranges ever expanding and flowing into the rest of the world. And part of our blessing which we offer the rest of the world is the supply of water. Thank you, precious ones. Let me assure you. 142. The XIII Discourses. Tonight, so far as your supply is concerned, when you love your mighty I Am presence, when you love purity, when you love to use the power of God's love and the sacred fire to bring perfection into your beings and worlds, supply of every good thing will always be at hand for you. And when mankind, not awakened to this love or rebellious against God's law of love, choose to desecrate the blessings of love, then they will find themselves in dire want. Poverty is a reprimand to mankind for not using the love that life is offering to do what needs to be done to bless the rest of life. So if I were you, I would give every call I knew how, and call every power of the sacred fire in existence to prevent the desecration of the blessings of the pure water of your land by those who are fiends. And I say that advisedly. I know whereof I speak. Their intent against you is far more vicious than you comprehend. Knowing even as much as you do, you cannot yet comprehend just how low they have gone. So those of you who are awake and are calling for the protection of your nation, know that you have my love and my assistance in everything. Discourse VIII. 143. I can give to assist you and the blessed Saint Germain to accomplish his gigantic task in saving your nation and bringing to the earth that which awakens mankind and keeps them awake in the future. Thank you, precious ones. I say to you all tonight, the problems of Europe and the British Isles are not solved, and what solution has to come in that part of the earth must come either from purity and love and the radiation of our retreat, or it won't come. So hold to your calls for purity, my dear ones. You know not how important that is. Be no part of the filth of the outer world. Do not desecrate your temples by anything of the outer world's filth. Stand like shining stars in the midst of the shadows, and let your own light expand until it shatters the darkness and demands its annihilation by the very intensity of your heart's love to your source, and on whose love comes back the power from the heart of creation to envelop you, supply you, protect you, and to blaze through you that which consumes from the earth that which should never have been created. I say to you tonight, regardless of all the groups of individuals on the earth, the problems. 144. The XIII Discourses. of Europe and the British Isles are not solved, and will not be until they are compelled to be purified. And part of their purification is to take the claws of their filth off of this nation. Thank you, precious ones. Now you, in the great love and mercy and forgiveness to life, my dear ones, I offer you tonight the armor of your invincible protection. Call with every atom of your beings to the heart of the central sun for whatever forgiving love, mercy, and divine compassion in the descent of the sacred fire is necessary to purify the rest of the world. Purify yourselves, too. But you call for the love and the mercy and the forgiveness from the great central sun to blaze the sacred fire that compels the purification of the rest of the world, and that will be your protection because of your obedience to the law of the love of the central sun. The same group of individuals in every government of the world is doing this thing which is desecrating every nation and trying to destroy America. It is the same group of individuals throughout the world. And so your protection is to call for the great central sun's fiery love, fiery mercy, fiery forgiveness, and fiery purity. Discourse 8. 145. To move into the brain and body of every human being that wants to destroy you or desecrate you, and we will help through the radiation of the mountains. You call for the great central sun's fiery love and fiery forgiveness and fiery mercy and the great cosmic fire that purifies mankind's human creation, no matter where it is, and in your willingness to do that and help the life of the rest of the world be free, you automatically draw the protection of the great central sun to yourselves. That is why, when you understand this law and you call its power from the great central sun, and make mankind understand the immortality of the great authority of the mighty I Am presence, and its mighty assistance of love to the individual, it is the strength of the great central sun in you. Then that enables you to stand against the destructive forces of the world, for they know, regardless of their opinions to the contrary, they know they cannot conquer immortality. It would be well if they learned just how powerful immortality is. Your positive knowledge and authority and love from the heart of the mighty I Am presence, and from the great. 146. The TTIAM Discourses. Central Sun is the immortal power of protection. It is the immortal sacred fire of command to the earth. It is the immortal control of everything in this world that forces the purification that takes mankind back to God. And not all the human creation of all mankind can take immortality out of the universe. And you are that immortality. Thank you, precious ones. So, beloved ones, tonight I give you, I trust, a very valuable secret, a very wonderful wand of power, a wonderful gift of illumination. If you will acknowledge yourselves as the immortality of the sacred fire from the great central sun walking the earth, with the great central sun's great command that which is of the shadows must dissolve at your approach, I think you will have some experiences that will reveal just what the sacred fire means, at least to you. When you understand that the immortality of the universe is the sacred fire of God's eternal love, and it is the very life of creation itself, and you acknowledge yourselves as that in action in this physical world, it will draw a strength and a power of that sacred fire around you that will speak for itself, and your own experiences will prove to you the cosmic power that has come to your assistance. Discourse 8. 147. So I leave you to your own experimental use of that, and as you send forth into the atmosphere about your acknowledgement of your immortal presence, of the mighty I Am, and its immortal sacred fire in command of everything in this world, you will find circumstances will bow to you. And that which has been your struggle of the past becomes your opportunity of the future to use your authority and your power, and prove to yourselves and to mankind your ability to compel that which is of the darkness to be annihilated. Acknowledge your immortality, my dear ones, in your blessing to your mighty I Am presence, when you say, I am the immortal presence of the great central sun's fiery command to the earth that forbids the hordes of darkness existence. And I am the immortal love of the sacred fire in action wherever I go. I am its immortal victory, and I am the freeing presence to life. And wherever you abide and give that acknowledgement, it shall be so and established to you. There will come the power and authority into this physical octave by your conscious command that will compel respect and compel obedience from individuals. 148. The TTIAM Discourses. The powers of nature and the forces of the elements, to the fulfillment of the divine plan and the accomplishment of anything you choose, so long as it be constructive. That is your privilege, authority, and power to use without limit in your acknowledgement of the immortal blessings and gifts of that beloved IAM presence above you and in the great central sun. Just know you are that authority to life and to the world, and it is the power that conquers the hordes of darkness. I bid you use it and go forward to your freedom. Thank you, precious ones. I have just one more blessing to offer in this phrase. Acknowledge, I am the immortality of the great central sun's great command to the universe. I am the immortality of the great central sun's command of the sacred fire, and I bid it come forth and fulfill my calls, to the glory of my mighty I am presence, and the freedom of life by the love which I am. May the fullness of all the power from all the gods of the mountains clothe you with the fulfillment of that call and make you the legions of invincible immortality by the great command of life. May you forever feel the glory and the Discourse 8. 149. Power and the authority of its presence, and its love becomes for you the manifestation of its everlasting dominion over this earth and all upon it. We shall hold your hands across the seas until the sacred fire of that command is heard and mankind are grateful for their freedom in the love of God's heart which America is to the world. You who are the bearers of that love, acknowledge your immortality of that love, and see for yourselves whether God is your defender or not. God, the mighty I am presence, in the great central sun, and the magnificent beings who govern the universe and design its beauty, will ever be by your side as you acknowledge their presence of immortal perfection ever with you. I clothe you in all that that immortal love can bestow upon life, and may you reveal the victory of its presence wherever you abide. Thank you with all my heart tonight. I bear to you the blessings from the Alps, and may their love enfold you with eternal happiness. Thank you. Discourse 8. BELOVED GOD HIMALAYA December 28, 1955 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 1735, Cassette 60426-2. Beloved ones of America, in that great cosmic service which we offer to the people of Earth, we wish to bring some explanation to you of the activity of the currents of electronic force both in the atmosphere of Earth and in the structure of Earth itself. For if you understand some of these cosmic activities within the structure of Earth, it will enable you all to have greater confidence and greater assurance through the use of your decrees in the release of the fulfillment of that which brings perfection to all. Mankind, enfolded as they are in the clouds, so to speak, of their own discordantly qualified energy and substance, do not understand and do not realize what forces are playing constantly through the structure of Earth and through the 151. 152. The TTIAM Discourses. Atmosphere of Earth. Therefore, the mental and feeling world of the mass of the people is principally a continuous action of their own desires and the constant driving force that wants them to continue those desires to their destruction. Now the reasoning mind sometimes accepts the truth of the law and sometimes does not, due entirely to the individual's feeling of willingness to surrender to God. Therefore, when mankind is unwilling to let go of the human desires that enslave them, there always come to their assistance, periodically, certain activities of these light rays and the sacred fire which enter into the atmosphere over a nation or the world, and compel certain changes to take place. Thus we work in the mental and feeling world of individuals until the pressure of the cosmic light intensifies to the point where, playing through the powers of nature, it forces mankind to learn certain activities of the law which are unescapable. And, may I say, there are some individuals in that condition right now, and, like it or not, they're going to learn, willing or otherwise, because when mankind will not listen to the intelligent, reasonable explanation of the law and why they should purify themselves and Discourse 8. 153. Go forward to greater accomplishment, then there must come a shock through the powers of nature that forces the awakening. But those of you who by conscious demand for the purification of the outer self, having accepted your mighty I am presence, and giving your decrees, can have unlimited illumination at any time once you begin to rise into the feeling of closeness between your heart flame and the heart flame of your mighty I am presence, or the heart flame of the outer self with the heart flame of any ascended master or cosmic being. The outer world, not understanding the law, doesn't quite believe or comprehend how it is possible for unascended beings to reach to these great heights of power and assistance, and draw back that help to themselves or their fellow man. But that is because the mass of the people, intelligent as some of them are, do not understand what happens in the use of the sacred fire. Now your outer self contains the heart flame from the great central sun within the physical body and the permanent atom in the heart. That does abide within you regardless of all mankind's. 154. The XIII Discourses. Opinions to the contrary. Therefore, if you will recognize that and begin to set it into expanding action by your own intense love poured to your mighty I Am presence or the ascended host, you will automatically draw back the greater illumination and the greater powers of the sacred fire from the heart flame of your own mighty I Am presence or the heart flame of any ascended being. Therefore, when any particular activity is being poured forth to mankind by one or more of the ascended host by your own heart's love to your mighty I Am presence and to us, you can draw back into yourselves, first of all, and then into your affairs, the quality or special activity that one or more of the ascended host are using to help conditions in the outer world. So I want you to feel your closeness to us through the heart flame in yourselves, and if you once understand how to still the outer and let that heart flame of your love go forth to your presence, my dear ones, your struggle is over. Turmoil may rage about you in the outer world, but it will part and run around you when you have entered into the use of the sacred fire and feel your oneness with it. Discourse 8. 155. Now you can send forth the feeling from within the heart flame to any place in the universe, to any cosmic being as well as to your own mighty I Am presence. That is how the individualized flame may reach up and contact infinity and draw forth from the infinite whatever intensifying, special activity you require to produce perfection in yourselves and your world. This is all contained in the first commandment that has been given to mankind: thou shalt have no other gods before me, and if mankind understood a millionth part of what that statement meant, they could not remain in the condition they are in the outer world. When you understand that there is a powerhouse of the universe through that heart flame in yourself, you came forth from the great central sun, and without that you would cease to be, you can understand how important it is to you, and how you can, by recognition of it, draw its greater powers into outer manifestation to bless yourselves and your fellow man. Now let us take one quality. Suppose we take freedom. When things become uncomfortable, you know, for the outer self, it begins to wildly want freedom, and very rarely gives it to anyone. 156. The XIII Discourses. Else, and so it doesn't let that quality, the quality of freedom within the heart flame, have any chance in the atmosphere about you. But if you want freedom, and you send your own heart's flame of love to your mighty I Am presence, and beloved Saint Germain and others of the ascended host, and you send love there, asking that the sacred fire of eternal freedom come in and around you and bless you, if you ask that blessing, life, the greater life above you, cannot refuse you. I wish you would experiment with this. If you will try it a few times until you be aware of its answer, and then you watch to see how much more freedom comes into your affairs as well as into yourselves, then you can enter into more concentrated action and drawing forth of other powers that you wish to use in the outer world. And since the gods of the mountains are the balancing, controlling energy of every continent on the earth, many blessings will come to you as you understand how to send your own heart's flame of love to your mighty I Am presence first, and then to any one, or all of us. And draw back into yourselves or into your nation the powers of. Discourse 8. 157. Perfection and the freedom of the sacred fire from the heart flame of each of the gods of the mountains. The mountain ranges are the concentrated power of electronic currents and magnetic currents, which are the radiation of the sacred fire from the physical sun and the great central sun. These are located in the mountain ranges of the world, and that is why mankind has not been able to conquer the forces in the mountain ranges of the world. An occasional individual attempts to scale the heights sometimes, but none of mankind can master or control the magnetic and electronic currents in the mountain ranges of the world. That's something to think about, for since the great currents of life pour forth through those mountain ranges to bless the earth and mankind, anyone who will practice sending his or her heart's flame to the mighty I Am presence, and then to the great beings who dwell within and direct and control the electronic force and magnetic currents in the mountain ranges of the world will draw many wonderful activities into his or her outer use, as you know what that love will bring back to you. Mankind, not understanding. 158. The XIII Discourses. that we exist and not understanding what we do to bless the world, do not reach up and help to draw back to themselves that which we can give them to assist them, but you who understand our presence and know of our existence can have tremendous blessing if you will do this. Now there is a very great reason why the mountain ranges of the world are the guardians of the power of purity, because they are less disturbed by mankind's mental and feeling world than any other portion of the earth. So they are like radiating centers from which constantly goes forth purifying power to the earth, into the structure of earth itself. And then its radiation flows forth into the atmosphere of earth to bless mankind with greater opportunity to be purified and set free. I am a champion, if you do not mind, of the gods of the mountains, thank you, since that is where I render my service to the earth. And there are many wonderful miracles in the mountains of the world, far more than mankind ever dream, and each focus of power held within the mountain ranges of the world has been placed there by the cosmic beings who govern this whole system to control the rest of. Discourse 8. 159. The earth and the electronic force from the mountain ranges has a very definite effect upon the water element of the world as well as the elements of the air and the earth. I just bring this to your attention because, if you'll learn once by your own experience what you can draw back into your outer use by your feeling of love to the heart flame of the beings who give their blessings to this earth, you will draw back those blessings individually into you and your world infinitely greater through the love that comes back to you than you can understand until you begin to practice this. Your love to your mighty I am presence draws back instantly more of its heart flame in and around you and into your affairs. Your love to the ascended masters and cosmic beings draws back the power of their heart flame into you and your world, and therefore, you can draw these magnificent blessings of life's perfection from the life that is greater than the life in mankind until that greater flame, coming back into you, makes you greater also. And if people understood what they could have by intense love and devotion to the mighty I am presence and the ascended host, this world would. 160. The TTIAM discourses be filled with the perfection from the ascended master's octave. Mankind goes to great length to explore certain things when their curiosity drives them on, but I say to you, you will have infinitely more illumination and infinitely greater blessing through your intense love sent to your mighty I am presence and the ascended host than you will ever attain through curiosity or what the world calls research. So, beloved ones, tonight I am going to give you a very deep secret. Thank you, precious ones. You call with all your heart's love and intensity to your own mighty I am presence, and the beings in the great central sun with your decree to make the outer self all the illumining love and all-knowing power of the heart flame of life which you had in the great central sun before the world was. And you will call forth into your outer you some of the secret powers and magnificent blessings that love alone bestows, and that wisdom ever guards in the use of mankind until that love takes its dominion in the outer self. You had this knowledge, beloved ones, of what the sacred fire in the great central sun does in manifestation of the universe. You were. Discourse 8. 161. Part of that before you individualized. Therefore, when you call it forth now through love into yourselves and your world, you will begin to know what miracles mean, and you will begin to experience the blessing that only that love can give. I want you to try this, because we want you to have many things that, as yet, we cannot bring to the outer world until greater purification takes place, but you may have the use of some of these greater powers while the rest of mankind is being purified. You see, you're 20 years ahead of the rest of the purification of the earth. Thank you, precious ones. And that might represent 20 centuries so far as the advancement of the rest of mankind is concerned if you send love intense enough to your mighty I am presence, and to the heart flame of any one or more of the ascended host, and to the heart flame in the great central sun. And ask it to make the outer self of you and your world all the glory and power of the love of the sacred fire in the great central sun which you had before this world was created. We have many blessings and gifts in the Himalayan mountains. There are many blessings that we have guarded for centuries in the land of. 162. The TTIAM discourses. India, the land of my heart, for I guard India as beloved Saint Germain guards America. And until you have loved mankind as long as we have and offered them the right to freedom, you do not understand how much you want life to be free from distress. And since I am the guardian of the gifts and the powers of nature in the Himalayan range, you would be surprised what my heart flame could give to you, if you love me. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now when we meet within the blessing and the illumining presence of the unfed flame in the heart, there will come release to the outer self of those greater powers from the higher mental body as well as from the ascended host. And then as you use those powers in outer action, your world becomes the world of that sacred fire, and while you use perfectly natural power, the world will call it supernatural. You know, they're using the word, precious ones, super, so much as a slang phrase, you know, in the outer world. Little do they understand what they draw when they use that word. Super means above, doesn't it? All right. Only blessings come from above mankind's consciousness. So. Discourse 8. 163. In the heart of the Himalayas there is a focus of the unfed flame, the heart flame, and if you care to draw the blessings of the heart flame in the Himalayas in and around yourselves to bless America, then I can do certain things for you, and America, too. And when some years ago we drew that golden snow over America to bring a blending of the mental and feeling world between America and India in the individualized life streams embodying in both nations, it was that this illumination might come and mankind be blessed thereby. So now in your calling forth from the great central sun and the heart flame in every one of the mountain ranges of the world to release the blessings of the sacred fire, I think you will not only render great assistance to your nation, but you will draw into yourselves much strength and much blessing that you will only know as it comes into your outer use and you use it. Now you might say, or those of the outer world would say to me, well, we don't know you. How can we love you? I can say to you, if you do this which I explained, I can give you the gift, and the gift should be the proof that the giver does exist. You can't have a gift without a giver. 164. The XIII Discourses. If you choose to experiment with this and prove me, I will be glad to have you take me at my word, because there are certain forces in India that are trying to guard against the communistic viciousness of the world, and there are forces in America trying to guard against that same viciousness. So if you recognize the power in the heart flame, now use the word power of the heart flame of the Himalayas, the power of the heart flame in the mountain ranges of your land. You will find those of us who guard the activities in the mountain ranges can draw individual power and blessings from many of the retreats of the world into you and into your affairs just as a natural improvement of everything you do and everything with which you come in contact. And it will be like the sun coming out through the clouds until those clouds are dissolved and consumed. And so it can be with you. You can be a sun presence of the power of the heart flame from the gods of the mountains. I would like you to experiment with that call to reveal to you what it means, that I may give you a surprise that will bless you forever, for my surprises are all comfortable. Discourse 8. 165. Beloved ones, since we hold a great deal of the purifying power to the earth under our control, as you have sent forth your calls for the purification of mankind, this is one channel through which your decrees can be answered, and as you call for that release to mankind, automatically you release yourself. So we are happy to go forth until you feel yourselves, through your own heart's flame, one with the heart flame of those of us who guard the mountain ranges, until you draw back into your outer use as much as you require from time to time of the blessings life has placed under our control, and which we are glad to give into your use, so long as they are called forth by the love of mankind for their freedom. I enfold you tonight in all the blessings of the mountain range over which I am the Master. May the wonders, the miracles, and the marvels untold that abide within the Himalayas begin to pour into your beings and worlds that power of the sacred fire which raises you to your greater and greater power of freedom, that you may give to the nation of your heart more love to set it free. 166. The XIII Discourses. So, blessed ones, I am one with your heart's flame in more ways than you know, for some of you have dwelt within my domain in the centuries past, and there is a memory within you of some of these magnificent powers you have used before. Now may their blazing love and blessings for the freedom of your nation come to your assistance to assist your beloved Saint Germain until America, purified, arises and gives her blessing of freedom to the earth. I enfold you in my heart's flame of every assistance that my love can bestow until you meet me face to face. Thank you, for that will come. The hour does approach. It is part of the divine plan, and I assure you, it will be a great joy for us all. Thank you and good night. DISCOURSEIX BELOVED GOD TABOR January 2, 1956 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 280. Beloved ones of the mighty Saint Germain's family, it is with great joy that we come again to, I trust, enable you to look deeper into the heart secrets of nature, and to have the blessing of those secrets as time goes on. That you may understand something more of the activities of the gods of the mountains, I wish you to know that they represent to each continent what the spine does to the human body. They are the supporting structure of the landed surface of each continent, and therefore we hold under our control forces and blessings and activities of the powers of nature of which mankind as yet knows absolutely nothing. And as I have said before, in my retreat in the Rockies there are manifestations of beauty. 167. 168. And the perfection upon which human eyes have never yet looked, but which will one day be revealed to the people of the outer world as they move forward demanding greater purity and demanding obedience in the fulfillment of the great divine plan. Now why do you suppose the great cosmic law has guarded those activities in the mountain ranges with such great care that mankind has never been able to penetrate them? Because the forces that are sealed within the mountain ranges of the world are of such high potential, such mighty cosmic power, and of such wonderful victorious action of the sacred fire, that mankind cannot be entrusted with their greater use until such time as the cleansing of the world takes place and those who are here turn only to the light and serve only the great divine plan of life. But until then, as you enter into the recognition of the powers held within the mountain ranges of the world, you may have their blessing. You may have in concentrated action many of the streams of energy and some of the substance that we are pouring forth all the time in cosmic action and which, individually, we can direct into your use. Discourse 8. 169. So, beloved ones, in the blessings that the mighty I Am Presence and the Ascended Host have bestowed upon mankind on this planet, the love and the power which have been used to create and anchor here those blessings from the physical sun and the great central sun is tremendous. Mankind has no comprehension of what power it has taken to create the mountain ranges, and place within them those activities that hold the structure of the earth in balanced action, and which give off continual radiation to keep purified the atmosphere of earth. So mankind can go forward and make conscious effort toward their freedom and the fulfillment of the great divine plan. The magnificent blessings that are in the Himalayan range are indescribable in words that you understand, and I can say almost the same thing for the Rocky Mountain Range in America. The same thing is true in the Andes of South America, and there are other places in the world where great blessings and powers are held in guarded control under our complete protection as they render their service to the rest of life. So, precious ones, the great God presence of life has placed in this world infinite blessings. 170. The TTIAM Discourses. For the mankind who pass this way. And so whenever you contact the mountain ranges, if you really want to experience what the answer to your love will be, I say to you, send your love to the mountains and ask your mighty I Am Presence to bless those mountains with all of its love for all the blessing they give to the people of earth. This will open certain doors for individual blessings to come to you that perhaps cannot come as quickly to the rest of mankind until they, too, give conscious recognition to the powers and the blessings of the mountain ranges. There is a constant purifying radiation going forth into the atmosphere of earth from the purity in the tops of the mountain ranges, and even from deep within the structure of the earth. As the substance that is placed there continues to pour forth its life-giving essence and purity and blessing to the mankind of this world. The great God presence of life in its ever-expanding love has offered such beauty, such power, such healing, and such love through those channels that anyone can have if he or she will but give attention to those blessings and send forth the love to those channels that open. Discourse 8. 171. The way for greater and greater release to the individual. But remember this, no matter what you require, no matter what you desire of good, if you will send your mighty I Am Presence, your love, and your love to the channel from whence you want that good, that intense love and desire poured forth by the individual has to be answered by the cosmic law. Because that is the law of life. When the demand through love goes forth to the greater life, then the greater blessings come forth to the life that makes that demand. And when you understand that greater and greater love to your mighty I Am Presence, and the Ascended Host thins the veil between the outer self and their visible, tangible presence, You will realize that to associate with us as you do with each other depends upon your expansion of the flame of love in your own heart, because every time you command your love to go up and enfold your mighty I Am presence, the unfed flame in your heart does expand. And that expansion is eternal. It never recedes. So every wave of love that you send to your mighty I Am presence makes the power of its sacred fire in you grow greater. Therefore, 172. The TTIAM Discourses. Its power to control conditions around you ever grows greater as you offer it to your mighty I Am presence, or the ascended host. And under the action of the sacred fire, every wave of love that you send to your mighty I Am presence draws back an action of the great central sun magnet's love from the central sun which your mighty I Am presence uses to enfold you. So the great continuous flow, blessed ones, of these activities of the sacred fire, ever and forever throughout infinity brings you back the greater blessings from realms of light infinitely greater than this world. In your experiment of drawing back into yourselves the strength of the mountains by your love to the mountains first, will you find that electrical current charging back to you as visible and as tangible as if you held a high-powered electrical wire in your hand. High-powered current would have no more energy in it, in fact not as much, and it couldn't be any more tangible than the answer of the great beings who control the mountain ranges of the world to your heart's love and blessing to life. People do not yet understand the power of blessing in the sincere desire of the outer self. Discourse 8. 173. To send forth the flame of God's heart to bless and bless and bless with God's love all that you contact. So we are awaiting the hour when mankind's love to the mountain ranges of the world builds to the point where we may open the heart of nature, reveal the beauty and the action of some of these powers that are forever the perfection intended for this world. Now, I am going to say something, and don't let anybody tell you that from the physical side they have the same thing. There are in the mountain ranges of the world, in the Ascended Masters' retreats that are controlled completely by Ascended Masters, there are many focuses and activities of the sacred fire in constant manifestation. That sacred fire burns within those retreats as surely as this electric light lights your room. There are many focuses of the sacred fire held for centuries in the retreats of the world, and those retreats are in the mountain ranges. Those are the activities whose radiating purity goes forth and controls the conditions in nature and in the atmosphere of earth that enable mankind to make further effort toward their freedom and to give them the greater strength and the blessing to make that effort. 174. The TTIAM Discourses. There are many retreats throughout the world. In fact, in every country there are some, and within every country is a focus of the sacred fire which is the guarding presence of that nation or that country. And that is entirely under the control of the ascended host. No unascended being has any control over that, and no one can ever go to those retreats in the physical body except by the Ascended Master's escort and invitation of the Ascended Master who is in charge of each retreat. So don't listen to a lot of silly nonsense in the outer world by people who are simply lying. These sacred focuses of the sacred-powered sacred fire in these places have been drawn there by the mighty Helios and the other cosmic beings who govern the fire element to this world. Therefore they are established by cosmic authority. They are controlled continually through the centuries by cosmic authority, and they are protected by the powers in the mountain ranges that mankind can never master until individuals become ascended. Therefore, as the purification of the world takes place, many of these activities will be intensified. After they have rendered their service, mankind will be taught more of their power to control. Discourse 8. 175. Physical manifestation and to assist the powers of nature to release greater blessings for mankind's use. So life, the beloved mighty I Am presence, has blessed the beings of this world infinitely with all the hidden powers and secrets and blessing in the mountain ranges of the world. Each mountain range holds certain activities that are definitely the controlling power for that portion of the earth's surface, and with that, none of mankind will interfere, I assure you, regardless of all their invention. There are forces in nature of which mankind knows absolutely nothing any more than a lamp post, and some of those powers come under my direction. And they are all controlled by cosmic beings who know what they're doing. I simply come to bring this to your attention, that you may draw back to yourselves, if you so desire, through your own love, offered first to your mighty I Am presence. and the mountain ranges of the world, that the blessings that the mighty I Am presence in the great central sun has placed within those mountain ranges may pour forth that radiation to you that makes you strong to stand against the turmoil in the atmosphere about you. 176. The TTIAM Discourses. So I simply come to remind you again of a blessing you may have, and a power that is offered when you understand what a scepter of dominion your flame of love from your heart is to your mighty I Am presence, is to us, is to the mountain ranges of the world, and it is to the powers of nature, to the forces of the elements. You may have such blessings, long before your ascension, as mankind has not yet dreamed are within the mountain ranges of this world. So, blessed ones, if I, too, may call you my family of the mountains, I trust one day when we meet, I will give you an experience you will never forget in all eternity, for you shall see the handiwork of the beings who are wholly pure, wholly divine, and whose love creates only the most magnificent beauty within the mountain ranges, and held guarded there until the blessing can go forth that one day beautifies the world. So may you dream about the mountain ranges and contemplate them, and then ask your mighty I Am presence, and us to tell you the ascended Master's truth of all the blessing and all the powers held within the mountain ranges of the world that can come into your outer use to bless you, that you may send that blessing to the rest. God Himalaya, the Himalayas. God Meru, Lake Titicaca. Discourse 8. 177. Of life, and thus cooperate with the great divine plan as it spreads its beauty, as it gives its love, and as it reveals its power through those channels that are the secrets of nature and held within the great creative heart of God, the mighty I Am presence. And my love then enfolds you as a guarding presence, and the blessings that I hold under my custody in the mountain ranges of this continent, especially the Rockies, can I pour to you, the blessings that only love can bestow. I shall love to fill your world with those blessings to bring you joy for eternity and make you strong enough to pour that blessing to the rest of life wherever you abide. I can draw those powers from all the mountain ranges of the North American continent and converge them to any particular service that blesses mankind with greater freedom, greater illumination, and the great fulfillment of the divine plan for the earth itself. So I enfold you in the magic powers of my love, and may you dwell within them until you know all they can do for life everywhere. Thank you with all my heart. Discourse X. Beloved God Tabor, December 3, 1956, Chicago, Illinois. Record CD 374. Beloved family of the mountains, once again it is our great privilege and joy to be with you and to hope invite you, to hope that you will come to our domain of the mountains as often as you can, for, I assure you, the mountain ranges of the world are the guardians of the concentrated power of purity drawn by the great cosmic beings who have created this world, and held in reserve in those places to continually pour forth that which helps to purify mankind until individuals have completed their journey in this world, and come into the ascension as is the fulfillment of the divine plan. Tonight I wish to remind you that it is within the mountain ranges of the world that so often the ascension takes place, not always, but 179. 180. The TTIAM Discourses. Almost always. Wherever individuals are drawn into the retreats of the world to complete the preparation for the ascension, the final victory is attained somewhere near the mountain ranges of the world. So I hope the mountains will mean something more to you from tonight than they ever have before, because they are the guardians of those powers of purity which enable the great powers of nature to continually go on and supply their blessings to mankind for the outer activities that are drawn forth. Now in the use of the great cosmic power of the sacred fire, in order to assist mankind, in the various places in the mountain ranges of the world that are the retreats of the ascended masters, there is always, within every retreat, an intense focus of the sacred fire and the purity in the surrounding mountains. The mountainous area is the guardian of the power within that sacred fire. If it were not so, beloved ones, the cohesive power of the planet would have been interfered with by mankind's discord, and has been at times in the past so seriously interfered with, that cosmic assistance has had to come and undo some of the frightful things that were imposed upon life. Discourse 8. 181. Now those of you who understand this law have an opportunity that the rest of mankind does not have nor understand, for in your use of the power of the mountains, it is always a purifying stream of energy that is constantly flowing forth to keep the atmosphere purified. and to enter into the mental and feeling world of mankind as well. So when I called you the family of the mountains, it is that you may more deeply realize that your home in the mountains can be a focus of very great power to bless you, your world, and your affairs. And it can become a powerhouse from which you draw strength and energy into yourselves, periodically, and then return to the outer world to render your service. There are many places right in this beloved land that is the heart of the world where the sacred fire is held within the mountain ranges, and I assure you that sacred fire will remain sacred, will remain there, be untouched by anything that mankind invents. Now, is that indicative of protection to you or not? Thank you so much, precious ones. We have established these activities of the sacred fire within the various mountain ranges of the world. 182. The XIII Discourses. To compel safety to the structure of earth itself. And the power of the sacred fire within the mountains is the same strength to the structure of the earth that pillars, your steel pillars, are to your modern skyscrapers. So if you choose to come within the mountain ranges of this nation and there abide for a time in the silence and the power of their purity, you can but feel the intensifying strength and victorious power of accomplishment after you're there a short while. And there are certain things we can do for you while you are in that stillness and purity of the mountains that we never do anywhere except within the mountains. It doesn't mean necessarily that you must go hiking all over mountains in order to gain this of which I speak, but if you are near the mountains and you still the outer enough to send your love to the powers of the sacred fire within the mountain, that love will draw back to you the blessings that are there. Now those blessings may come to you in perfectly natural channels of the outer world, but the power that begins to draw them into your outer use abides within the mountains. And your mighty I Am presence, and the ascended host, when your love goes. Discourse 8. 183. To those magnificent manifestations of nature, they are so tremendous in the power that is held within them, that when your love connects with that, it can move everything in the outer world and draw to you the blessings that your mighty I Am presence now wants to release into your outer use. That you may expand those blessings for the benefit of the rest of the world. So, dear ones, I am very, very much concerned with giving you the blessing of my retreat, because at a certain time after world events have settled down permanently, the palace of beauty and perfection, which it is my privilege to guard, I wish to reveal for the enjoyment of the mankind who are to come the way of earth in the future. So while I am guarding those manifestations now, yet when your thought comes to me and I feel your love for the mountains, the radiation, and the blessing of that which I hold under my protection can flow back to you and your world. And it is a magnetic power that draws from the outer world greater blessings to you. So it has many, many activities to bless you because of its purity. If people only understood what power can be theirs by demanding invincible purity in 184. The XIII Discourses. Everything in their beings and worlds, you would open the floodgates to such an onrush of the blessings that God has created that you would step from your world into ours almost overnight. I tell you, dear hearts, Northwest matter what takes place in the outer world, keep up your calls for such invincible purity and such power of the mountains to strengthen and guard that purity, that we can draw into you and your world boundless blessings of which you can be the dispensers in the future, blessings that mankind has never yet used in the outer world. And yet those blessings are here on the earth. Of course, we are the guardians, but you whom we love, as your love comes to us at a certain time, are going to be given the use and the enjoyment of those blessings, because at a certain time they must come into the outer use of mankind. We have been their creators. We are their guardians, and we can give them to you as our gifts if you demand invincible purity in everything in your beings and worlds. When we find that has become invincible in and around you, then the floodgates open, and we will not delay trusting you with our heart's treasures and blessings and wonders of life. Discourse 8. 185. All that it takes is the invincible purity of the outer self. So, dear ones, as you demand this in the midst of the outer world's conditions, you are forging ahead, cutting through the limitations of the outer world, and just as sure as you stay with that will you arrive at the fulfillment of your every heart's desire. And may I say, we have many surprises for you that contain only the most wonderful miracles and joy and freedom that you could possibly even dream of in your wildest imagination or your greatest imagination, for the mountains might seem wild, but not inside. We do so want to bring these blessings into the outer world, that mankind may live in our world of perfection. So, blessed ones, I am going to try to come more frequently, be with you more powerfully, that I may bring you more of the blessings it is my privilege to bestow. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now maybe you can plan your next summer's vacation to be somewhere near the mountains, because, beloved ones, there is health and strength you can absorb from the mountains that you will not find anywhere else on the earth. And that is because the sacred fire is focused. 186. The TTIAM Discourses. And guarded there and has a power entirely its own. The intense purity of the atmosphere in a mountain range enables the individual who stays within that for a while to be completely reattuned, and the emotional bodies are kept